Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry merged with the shadows and became the king of the night. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Vanished. The killing curse was supposed to end everything. Green light erupted from the tip of Lord Voldemort's wand, crossing the small nursery in the space between heartbeats. Lily Potter's body still crumpled toward the floor, her final scream hanging in the air like smoke, when the curse struck her son. Harry James Potter, 15 months old, should have died. Instead, something answered. In the infinitesimal moment between the curse's impact and what should have been death, Harry's soul touched something vast. Something that had existed before the first star ignited, before magic coalesced into form, before the concepts of light and dark had meaning. The primordial shadow, patient, ancient, and eternally hungry, found a crack in reality and poured through. It found a child refusing to die. Interesting, the darkness thought. Worthy. The curse rebounded. Reality screamed. And in the nursery of Godric's Hollow, surrounded by the bodies of his parents and the disintegrating remains of the most feared dark wizard in a century, a toddler sat in his crib with shadows pooling around him like affectionate cats. Harry didn't cry. He watched the darkness swirl, reached out one chubby hand, and laughed when it curled around his fingers. The shadows had found their king. 10 years later, Vernon Dursley woke at 3:17 a.m. unable to move. The bedroom was dark, impossibly dark, darker than it had any right to be with the streetlight outside and the alarm clock's green glow. Except the alarm clock wasn't glowing anymore. Nothing was glowing. Vernon couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He tried to scream, but the darkness pressed against his lips like a physical thing. Something breathed beside his ear. "You touched him again today." The voice was wrong. Too many layers, like dozens of people speaking in perfect unison. Vernon's heart hammered so hard he thought it might burst. "We see everything, Vernon Dursley. Every blow. Every locked door. Every meal denied." The breathing grew closer. "We have been patient because he asked us to be patient. But our patience is not infinite." Vernon felt something cold trace down his cheek. Not a finger, nothing so defined. Just a tendril of absolute nothing mapping the contours of his face. "If you touch him again, we will show you what lives in the dark. We will take you somewhere the sun has never reached and leave you there. Do you understand?" Vernon managed the tiniest nod. "Good." The darkness lifted. The streetlight filtered through the curtains. The alarm clock blinked 3:18 a.m. Beside him, Petunia slept on, undisturbed. Vernon Dursley did not sleep again that night. Or the next. And he never raised a hand to his nephew again, though he couldn't quite remember why, just that the thought filled him with a terror so profound it made his bones ache. In the cupboard under the stairs, Harry smiled in his sleep as the shadows whispered their report. He'd asked them not to kill his uncle. They'd listened. That was progress. The cupboard should have been cramped and miserable, a prison cell for a child who'd committed no crime except existing. But Harry had long since made it something else. The shadows gathered here, pooling in the corners, sliding under the door to bring him scraps of conversation and stolen treats from the kitchen. They kept him warm in winter, cool in summer, and most importantly, they kept him company. Harry didn't remember his parents. He had flashes sometimes, red hair and green eyes and a laugh that felt like sunshine, but they were faint, like trying to hold water in his hands. What he remembered clearly was the dark. The comfort of it. The whispers that had been with him as long as he could recall, teaching him things no child should know. "You are special," the shadows said. "You are ours. You are becoming." Becoming what, they never quite explained. But Harry felt it in his bones, a slow transformation, like a caterpillar dissolving into something else entirely. He was 11 now, and the shadows responded to his thoughts without him having to speak. He could slip through darkness, appearing in one pool of shadow and emerging from another. He could see in absolute blackness and hear whispers from rooms away. He knew magic was real because the shadows had told him long before the letter arrived. The letter that was currently sitting on his chest, delivered through the mail slot and carried to him by eager darkness before Petunia could intercept it. Harry opened his eyes and read it again by the non-light of shadows that glowed in a way that defied explanation. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd been expecting this. The shadows had whispered about a castle in Scotland for years, about a world hidden behind the mundane, about his parents and their sacrifice and the Dark Lord they died fighting. Harry traced the emerald ink with one finger. Somewhere out there was a world where he might belong. Where his strangeness might be normal. Where he could learn what he was becoming. They will fear you, the shadows whispered. They will not understand. I know, Harry murmured. But I need to understand myself first. He tucked the letter under his pillow and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, if the pattern held, someone would come to investigate why he hadn't responded. The shadows had shown him glimpses, a giant of a man with kind eyes and terrible fashion sense, already preparing to make the journey. Harry could wait. He'd been waiting his whole life. The shadows curled around him like a blanket, and he slept without dreams. Rubeus Hagrid had made this trip before, 11 years ago, carrying a bundled infant through the night sky on a borrowed motorcycle. He remembered the weight of that child, so small and already marked by tragedy. He expected to find a scared, confused boy. Someone overwhelmed by the revelation that magic was real, that he was famous, that his parents had died heroes. He did not expect to find Harry Potter sitting calmly on the front step of number 4 Privet Drive, a small bag at his feet, watching Hagrid's approach with eyes that seemed to absorb the streetlight. Mr. Hagrid, I presume, the boy said. His voice was soft but steady, with an odd resonance that made Hagrid's skin prickle. Thank you for coming. I've been expecting you. Hagrid stopped in his tracks. Ye've been, how'd ye know I was comin'? The shadows told me. Harry stood, brushing off his worn jeans. He was small for 11, the Dursleys had never fed him properly, but he carried himself with a stillness that seemed wrong on a child. They also told me about my parents. About Voldemort. About the prophecy, though they don't know the exact wording. The name made Hagrid flinch. The casual way the boy spoke it made him flinch harder. How d'ye know about, who told ya, the darkness remembers everything, Mr. Hagrid. Every secret whispered in empty rooms. Every terrible deed committed where no one could see. Harry picked up his bag. I know what I am to the wizarding world. The boy who lived, the symbol, the celebrity. But I'm going to need your help with the practical matters. I have no money for supplies and no idea where to find wizarding shops. Hagrid stared at the boy, really stared, and felt something he hadn't felt since facing down a dragon in his younger days. Not quite fear. More like the awareness of standing near something vast and dangerous that was choosing, for the moment, to be gentle. Right, Hagrid said slowly. Right, well. Let's get ya sorted then, Harry. Got a lot ter see today. Harry smiled, and the expression almost reached his eyes. Almost. Lead the way. Diagon Alley was everything the shadows had promised and more. Harry walked through the crowded street with his head on a swivel, taking in the shop windows bursting with cauldrons and broomsticks and books that seemed to breathe. Wizards and witches bustled past in robes of every color, and magic crackled in the air like static electricity. But what Harry noticed most were the shadows. Every corner had them. Every alleyway, every doorframe, every fold of every robe. They reached toward him as he passed, straining like plants toward sunlight, except he wasn't sunlight. He was the opposite. And they loved him for it. King, they whispered. Young king. finally here. Harry? Yeah, all right there. Harry blinked, realizing he'd stopped in the middle of the street. Fine. Just, taking it in. Hagrid beamed, misinterpreting his stillness for wonder. Brilliant, innit? First time's always special. Now, first stops Gringotts, that's the Wizardin Bank. Run by goblins. Nasty pieces work, but they keep your gold safe. They made their way to the massive white building that dominated the end of the alley. Harry read the warning poem on the doors with interest. The shadows had told him goblins were territorial and dangerous, but also scrupulously fair in their dealings. He could respect that. Inside, the bank was all marble and echoing silence, staffed by creatures with sharp teeth and sharper eyes. The goblin at the main desk looked up as they approached, began a standard dismissive sneer, and then froze. Harry felt it, the moment the goblin sensed something in him. The creature's nostrils flared. Its eyes widened fractionally. Key, the goblin said, its voice suddenly careful. Hagrid fumbled through his pockets and produced a tiny golden key. Here ya are. Harry Potter's vault. Harry Potter. The goblin repeated the name like it was tasting something unexpected. Its gaze never left Harry's face. Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Potter. I am Griphook. I will escort you personally. That's unusual, Harry observed quietly. Yes, Griphook agreed. It is. The cart ride into the depths of Gringotts was exhilarating, wind whipping past, stone walls blurring, Hagrid looking progressively greener. But Harry barely noticed the speed. He was too focused on what he felt growing stronger with every foot they descended. The darkness down here was old. Ancient. And it recognized him. Welcome, it seemed to breathe. We have waited so long. Mr. Potter. Harry turned to find Griphook watching him with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. Yes. You feel them, don't you? The deep shadows. The ones that remember when magic was young. Harry considered lying. Decided against it. Yes. Griphook nodded slowly. There are vaults in the lowest levels of Gringotts that have not been opened in 3,000 years. Vaults that belong to no one by blood, but only by nature. The goblin's smile was sharp enough to cut. Should you ever wish to claim what is yours by right rather than inheritance, the nation would be pleased to assist. I'll keep that in mind. The cart stopped at Vault 687. Harry's trust vault, filled with mountains of gold coins that represented more wealth than he'd ever imagined. Take what you need, Hagrid said. Your parents left ye well off. Harry filled a pouch, but his mind was elsewhere, on Griphook's words, on the deep vaults, on the shadows that had sung to him from below. What else are you not telling me? He asked the darkness. In time, young king. In time. You are not ready for the throne yet. Harry accepted that. He'd learned patience in the cupboard under the stairs. Ollivanders was a disaster. Harry stood in the dusty shop surrounded by discarded wands, holly, oak, ash, ebony, unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, all rejected, all wrong. The old wandmaker's silver eyes had gone from curious to fascinated to something approaching unsettled. Curious, Ollivander murmured, pulling yet another box from the towering shelves. Very curious indeed. I have never failed to match a wizard with a wand, Mr. Potter. Not once in my career. Maybe I don't need one. Ollivander paused. I beg your pardon. Harry hadn't meant to say it aloud, but the words felt true. The shadows had been whispering it for the last hour, growing more insistent with each failed wand. He held out his hand, palm up, and concentrated. Darkness pooled in his palm. Not an absence of light, he could still see Ollivander's shocked face clearly, but something present. A tangible shadow that writhed and shaped itself at his command. Harry focused harder. The shadow elongated, solidified, and became a perfect black quill that glistened like liquid night. The wands reject me, Harry said quietly, because I don't channel magic through a focus. I channel it through this. Ollivander's hand trembled as he reached toward the shadow quill. His fingers passed through it like smoke. In all my years. The wand-maker's voice was barely a whisper. Mr. Potter, do you understand what you are? I'm starting to. You are a shadowcaster. The last one lived 400 years ago. They thought the bloodline extinct. Ollivander's pale eyes bored into Harry's. The ministry will not be pleased. There are laws, old laws, mostly forgotten, about those who wield darkness directly. You will need to be careful. I'm always careful. Ollivander barked a laugh that held no humor. No, Mr. Potter. You have merely been hidden. That is not the same thing at all. Harry let the shadow quill dissolve and slipped his hand back into his pocket. What do you suggest? A focus of some kind would help you blend in. Not a wand, you're right that they reject you, but perhaps. Ollivander disappeared into the back of his shop, rummaging through shelves that probably hadn't been touched in decades. He emerged holding a simple black ring set with a stone that seemed to drink in the light. Onyx, he explained. From a meteor that fell in the dark of the moon. It won't enhance your power, but it will give you something to gesture with. Help you appear more normal. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly, and the shadows crooned with pleasure at its presence. How much? No charge. Ollivander's smile was thin. Consider it an investment in staying alive long enough to see what you become. I suspect it will be memorable. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, students and parents and trolleys piled with luggage, owls hooting, cats yowling, and everywhere the excited chatter of young witches and wizards reuniting after summer apart. Harry navigated through it all with ease, the crowds unconsciously parting around him without realizing they were doing it. The shadows wanted him comfortable, and comfort meant space. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in, his single bag, magically expanded inside, courtesy of a helpful shop owner in Nocturne Alley, stowed beneath the seat. Through the window, he watched families saying goodbye and wondered, briefly, what that might feel like. You have us, the shadows reminded him. You are never alone. It wasn't the same. But it was something. The compartment door slid open. Is anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy was round-faced and nervous, clutching a toad that seemed determined to escape. Harry recognized the type immediately, someone who'd spent his life being overlooked, underestimated, made to feel small. The shadows showed him flashes of this boy's past, a grandmother's disappointment, a family's whispered doubts, magic that came late and was greeted with relief rather than joy. It's empty, Harry said. Come in. The boy practically collapsed onto the seat across from him, the toad finally breaking free and hopping under the seat. Oh no, Trevor, Harry concentrated, and a tendril of shadow gently nudged the toad back into view. The boy's eyes went wide. How did you, what was, magic, Harry said simply. I'm Harry. And Neville. Neville Longbottom. He clutched Trevor tighter, but curiosity was winning over fear. I've never seen magic like that before. It looked like, shadow. It was. Is that a family thing? Gran never mentioned, it's just a me thing. Neville nodded slowly, accepting this with the peculiar logic of wizarding children who'd grown up around the impossible. Are you nervous? About Hogwarts, I mean. Gran's been telling me about it for years, but I'm still. He trailed off, embarrassed. A little, Harry admitted. It wasn't entirely a lie. But I think it'll be interesting. A chance to learn what I'm capable of. That's a good way to think about it. Neville's smile was tentative but genuine. Most people just talk about making friends or Quidditch or what house they'll be sorted into. What house do you think you'll be in? Neville's face fell. Gran wants Gryffindor. That's where my parents were. But I don't think I'm brave enough. Probably Hufflepuff, if anywhere takes me at all. He has more courage than he knows, the shadows whispered. It sleeps in him, waiting to wake. I think you'd be surprised, Harry said. Before Neville could respond, the door slid open again. The girl who entered was pale and blonde, with ice blue eyes and an expression of careful neutrality that Harry recognized as a mask. She carried herself like someone who'd learned early that showing weakness was dangerous. This compartment is acceptable, she announced to no one in particular, settling into the seat beside Neville as if she owned it. I'm Daphne Greengrass. And you are? Neville Longbottom, Neville squeaked. Daphne's attention didn't waver from Harry. And you? Harry Potter. Something flickered in those cold eyes, surprise, quickly suppressed. The famous Harry Potter. I expected someone more impressive. I get that a lot. Do you? She tilted her head, studying him like a puzzle she intended to solve. You're not what I expected at all. Everyone says you're a symbol of the light, a hero in training. But you feel more like a shadow. The words hung in the air. Harry felt the moment when Daphne became genuinely interesting. Maybe I'm both, he said. Symbols can be complicated. Perhaps. She produced a book from her bag, Ancient Families and Their Forgotten Arts, and began to read, but Harry caught her glancing at him over the pages more than once. The train lurched into motion. Outside the window, parents waved frantically, some crying, some laughing. Harry watched them with detached curiosity, then turned his attention to his compartment mates. Neville, nervous but kind. Daphne, calculating but intrigued. Not a bad start, the shadows mused. Harry allowed himself a small smile. No. Not bad at all. The door burst open an hour into the journey, admitting a pale boy with slick-back blonde hair and an expression of entitled boredom. Two larger boys flanked him like bodyguards, or, Harry thought, like attack dogs waiting for a command. I heard Harry Potter was on the train. The blonde boy's gaze swept the compartment with poorly concealed excitement. That's you, isn't it? The scar. Harry didn't bother to move his fringe. Draco Malfoy, I assume. Your father's reputation precedes you. Draco preened, missing the lack of compliment. Father has many connections. He could help you, you know. Introduce you to the right people. Make sure you're sorted into the proper house. His lip curled at Neville. Not everyone is worth knowing. I think I can decide that for myself. Can you? Draco's smirk sharpened. Father says the boy who lived was raised by muggles. That means you know nothing about our world, about who matters. You need guidance. Protection. Harry stood slowly. He wasn't much taller than Draco, but somehow the Malfoy heir took a step back. Let me be clear, Harry said, his voice soft. I don't need protection. I don't need guidance. And I definitely don't need anyone to tell me who matters. He let the temperature in the compartment drop, not consciously, just a side effect of the shadows pressing closer. What I need is for you to leave this compartment and rethink how you approach people. Because right now, you're not offering friendship. You're offering a leash. Draco's face flushed. My father is not here. And neither are yours. Harry glanced at the two large boys. So unless you'd like to explain to your parents why you started a fight on the train and lost, I suggest you leave. For a moment, Draco seemed ready to argue. Then something in Harry's eyes, or perhaps the way the shadows in the corner had begun to writhe, made him reconsider. You'll regret this, Potter. My family has a long memory. So do I. Draco left, his goons trailing behind him. The door slammed shut. Neville let out a breath he'd been holding. That was, you were. He's going to be a problem, Daphne said calmly, turning a page. The Malfoys don't forget slights. You've made an enemy. He was always going to be one. I just accelerated the timeline. Harry sat back down. You're a Slytherin family, aren't you? Will this cause you trouble? Daphne's lips twitched in what might have been approval. The greengrasses are neutral. We've survived by not picking sides. Besides, she finally looked up, meeting his gaze directly. I suspect you're going to be far more interesting than Draco Malfoy. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Compliments are free. Observations are expensive. Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, and Daphne's careful mask cracked just enough to show a hint of genuine smile beneath. Interesting indeed, the shadows agreed. Hogwarts was visible long before the train stopped, a castle of impossible spires and glowing windows perched on a cliff above a vast lake. Harry pressed his face to the glass like every other first year, but his wonder was tempered by what he felt. The shadows here were ancient. Layers upon layers of darkness accumulated over centuries, seeped into the very stones. And they were aware. Not intelligent exactly, but present, watching, waiting to see what this new king might do. Home, they whispered. You are home now. The first years were sorted into boats that glided across the black water without visible propulsion. Harry shared his with Neville, Daphne, and a bushy-haired girl who hadn't stopped talking about the spells she'd already learned since they boarded. Hermione Granger, she said breathlessly, barely pausing for introductions before launching into the history of the castle, which she'd apparently memorized from Hogwarts, a history. Daphne's expression suggested she was considering drowning herself in the lake to escape. Harry tuned out the monologue and reached down, trailing his fingers in the water. Something stirred in the depths, something large and curious. The giant squid, he realized. It rose toward his hand, tentacles brushing his fingertips in greeting before sinking back into the darkness. Did that squid just touch you? Neville asked nervously. It was saying hello. Squids can't say hello, Hermione protested. They're not sapient creatures. This one is. Harry pulled his hand back and dried it on his robe. The castle has a lot of secrets, I think. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Even she could feel that something about this place defied normal rules. The great hall was overwhelming, floating candles, an enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, for long tables filled with students in black robes distinguished only by their ties. Harry catalogued it all quickly, then focused on what mattered, the sorting hat sitting on a stool at the front, and the staff table behind it. His eyes found Dumbledore immediately. The old man radiated power like a bonfire, light magic so intense it almost hurt to look at. But he was smiling benevolently, playing the role of kindly headmaster, and Harry recognized a fellow performer. He knows, the shadows warned. He suspects what you are. Good. Let him wonder. The sorting began. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, practically vibrating with excitement. Neville also went to Gryffindor, looking shocked but pleased. Daphne went to Slytherin with a nod of satisfaction. Potter, Harry. The whispers exploded. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, refusing to hurry, and sat down as McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Oh my, said a voice in his mind. Oh my. What do we have here? Harry felt the hat rifling through his thoughts and gently pushed back, allowing access only to what he chose to share. Now, that's not how this works, the hat protested. I need to see everything to sort properly. No, Harry thought firmly. You see what I allow. Sort me based on that, or I'll show you what real darkness looks like. The hat's presence recoiled. You're not just a wizard. What are you? Still figuring that out. But I know what I want. Gryffindor would serve the narrative. The boy who lived following his parents, no. Ravenclaw, then. You have a hunger for knowledge that would serve you, no. The hat paused. You want Slytherin. Shadows belong in the dark. And there are people there I want to watch closely. There are also people there who will try to destroy you. Let them try. For a long moment, the hat said nothing. Then, with what felt like a sigh, very well. But remember, Harry Potter, or whatever you're becoming, I've sorted dark wizards before. I've sorted monsters. You're neither of those things yet. Don't let the shadows consume what you could be. Slytherin. The great hall went silent. Harry removed the hat, handed it to a stunned McGonagall, and walked calmly to the green and silver table. Daphne shifted to make room for him, her expression unreadable. Well, she murmured as he sat down, that's certainly going to make things interesting. I've been told that before. At the staff table, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes had gone hard. Beside him, a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair stared at Harry with naked hatred. And in the shadows beneath the tables, in the corners of the hall, in the spaces between the floating candles, Harry felt the darkness of Hogwarts reach toward him in welcome. King, it whispered. Our king has come home. The Slytherin common room was everything Harry expected, cold elegance, green lighting from windows looking into the lake, and the immediate, pressing weight of political maneuvering. Within an hour of arriving, 3 different upper years had approached him with friendly advice about navigating house politics. 2 of them were clearly scouting for the Malfoys. The third, a 5th-year girl named Gemma Farley, seemed genuinely helpful, which made Harry trust her less. Daphne had claimed a chair by the fire and produced her book again, but Harry noticed she'd positioned herself where she could observe every interaction. You're not sleeping in the dormitory tonight, she said quietly when he settled into the chair beside her. Why not? Because Marcus Flint already promised Draco he'd help welcome you properly. Something about reminding you of your place. Harry considered this. How do you know? I listen. It's my family's primary survival strategy. She turned a page. You could sleep here. No one would attack you in the common room with prefects around. Or you could do something spectacularly stupid and cement your reputation on the first night. Harry smiled. I like option 2. He didn't go to the dormitory immediately. Instead, he explored the castle through its shadows, slipping from darkness to darkness until he knew every corner, every secret passage, every hidden room. The castle was vast and ancient and aware, and it welcomed him like a lost child returned. At midnight, he finally made his way to the first-year boys' dormitory. Marcus Flint and 2 other upper years were waiting, wands drawn, silencing spells already cast on the room. The other first-year boys, including Draco, were awake, watching with varying degrees of anticipation and fear. Potter. Flint's smile was all teeth. Malfoy tells us you need a lesson in respect. Harry looked around the room, cataloguing the positions of everyone present, the locations of every shadow. I'm listening. This is Slytherin. We have a hierarchy. First years are at the bottom. Mudbloods and blood traitors are below that. And the boy who lived. Flint raised his wand. You're whatever we say you are. Interesting perspective. Harry stepped further into the room, letting the door close behind him. Here's mine. The shadows moved. It wasn't dramatic, no swirling darkness, no monstrous shapes rising from the floor. Just a subtle shift, a deepening of every shadow in the room, and suddenly Flint and his cronies couldn't move. The darkness held them like invisible hands, not painful but absolutely immobile. Harry walked past them, sat on his bed, and began unlacing his shoes. I don't want to rule Slytherin, he said conversationally. I don't care about your hierarchy. What I want is to be left alone to learn, make friends I choose, and enjoy my time at Hogwarts. He looked up, meeting Flint's terrified eyes. But if anyone tries something like this again, I'll be less gentle. Do we understand each other? Flint managed a tiny nod. Excellent. Harry released them. Flint and his cronies fled the room without a word. Draco was pressed against his headboard, pale as milk. Get some sleep, Harry told him. First day of classes tomorrow. I hear potions is brutal. He lay down, pulled his curtains closed, and let the shadows wrap around him like a blanket. In the darkness, he smiled. Not a bad first day, the shadows agreed. Word spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By breakfast, every student knew that Harry Potter had done something to Marcus Flint. The details were vague, some said he'd cursed him, others claimed he'd summoned demons, one wildly inventive rumor suggested he'd turned Flint into a toad temporarily, but the effect was clear. The Slytherin first years were given a wide berth, and Harry himself was watched with fear and fascination in equal measure. Daphne joined him at the Slytherin table, sliding onto the bench with practiced grace. I heard you dismantled Flint without casting a single spell. I asked him politely to reconsider his choices. With shadow magic that no one's seen in centuries. Harry spread jam on his toast. Is that what they're calling it? Among other things. She studied him for a moment. You know people are going to be terrified of you now. Some people. The ones who plan to hurt me. And everyone else. Will have to decide for themselves. Harry took a bite of toast. What about you? Daphne considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I think you're dangerous. I think you're hiding more than you're showing. And I think you're the most interesting person I've met in years. She picked up her fork. So I suppose I'm staying. Just like that. Just like that. She began eating her eggs. Now finish your breakfast. We have transfiguration first, and Professor McGonagall doesn't tolerate tardiness. Classes were simultaneously more and less than Harry expected. More, because magic was real, and learning to shape reality with will and word was exactly as incredible as he'd imagined. Less, because most of it felt like trying to drink from a thimble when he had access to an ocean. Transfiguration was elegant and precise, and Harry found he could manage the basic spells by channeling through his onyx ring. McGonagall watched him with sharp eyes but said nothing about his unusual focus. Charms was playful and creative, taught by a tiny professor who stood on a stack of books and squeaked with excitement whenever someone got something right. Harry enjoyed it despite himself. History of magic was taught by a ghost who droned endlessly about goblin rebellions. Harry used the time to let his consciousness drift through the castle's shadows, learning its layout in ways no map could show. Herbology was muddy and physical and surprisingly fun. Neville came alive in the greenhouses, his nervousness vanishing as he worked with the plants. Harry made a point of partnering with him when possible. But potions was where things got complicated. Professor Snape hated him. It was obvious from the first moment Harry walked through the dungeon door. The hook-nosed professor's black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsession, and his questions were clearly designed to humiliate. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry considered lying, playing dumb, letting Snape have his moment of superiority. But the shadows whispered the answer, pulling it from some long-ago overheard conversation, and Harry was tired of hiding. The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it's nearly indistinguishable from death. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where would you find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It counteracts most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also called aconite. The classroom was dead silent. Snape's knuckles were white around his wand. It seems the celebrity has been studying, he hissed. Tell me, Potter, did you memorize all of advanced potion making in hopes of impressing me, or is this just the famous Potter arrogance assuming you know everything? Neither, sir. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. I just answer what I know. 5 points from Slytherin for cheek. Harry nodded and said nothing more. The rest of the class passed in tense silence, with Snape circling Harry's workspace like a shark scenting blood. But Harry's potion was perfect, the shadows guided his hands, showing him measurements and timing with impossible precision, and Snape couldn't find a single flaw. After class, Daphne fell into step beside him. He really hates you. Yes. Do you know why? Harry thought of the Shadow's whispers, the fragments they'd shown him of his parents' lives. My father and he were enemies at school. I look like my father. And my mother. He trailed off. It's complicated. Snape was in love with your mother, Daphne said quietly. The whole pureblood community knew. He defected from the Death Eaters for her, and then she died anyway. And now I'm here, wearing her eyes and my father's face. A living reminder of everything he lost. Daphne shook her head. That's the most tragically romantic thing I've ever heard. And also profoundly stupid. Hating you won't bring her back. People aren't always rational about grief. No. But they should be rational enough not to take it out on children. Harry had no argument for that. The third-floor corridor called to him. It was forbidden. Dumbledore had announced it at the welcome feast, warning that students who went there would meet a painful death. Most students took this as an absolute prohibition. Harry took it as a challenge. He went at night, slipping through the shadows so thoroughly that even Filch's cat couldn't detect him. The corridor was empty and dusty, clearly unused except for whatever lurked behind the heavy door at its end. Harry placed his hand on the door and felt what was inside. The three-headed dog was massive, easily the size of a small car, and its minds were simple, bestial, focused entirely on guarding the trapdoor beneath its feet. It was a creature of darkness and depth, born in the sunless caves of Greece millennia ago. Harry opened the door. 3 heads swung toward him, 3 sets of jaws opening to reveal teeth the size of daggers. The growl that emerged shook dust from the ceiling. Harry didn't flinch. He stepped into the room and let the shadows flow around him, let his nature show. I am the king of all dark places, he thought at the beast. I am the lord of every shadow, every cave, every sunless depth. You know what I am. The dog's growl faltered. One head tilted in confusion. Another sniffed the air with growing recognition. Bow. It was a command, but also an invitation, an acknowledgement of shared nature, of kinship in the dark. The dog hesitated, ancient instincts warring with its trained purpose. Then, slowly, it lay down. 3 massive heads rested on enormous paws, and 6 eyes watched Harry with something like devotion. Good boy, Harry murmured, approaching to scratch behind one enormous ear. Who's a good guardian of mysterious trapdoors? The dog's tail wagged, thumping against the wall hard enough to crack stone. Harry stayed for an hour, letting the beast smell him, grow used to his presence, accept him as part of its territory. When he left, he did so with a promise to return. What are you guarding? He wondered as he slipped back through the castle. And who put you here? The shadows didn't know. But Harry intended to find out. Dumbledore was waiting in the Slytherin common room. It was past curfew, the room empty except for the headmaster standing by the fire. His long silver beard gleamed in the green-tinted light, and his eyes, usually twinkling with kindly mischief, were ancient and hard. Harry, he said as Harry emerged from the shadows. I believe we should talk. Headmaster. Harry didn't pretend surprise. The old man's magic was powerful enough to sense shadow walking, even if he couldn't see it directly. It's late. Yes. And yet you're awake. Coming from the 3rd-floor corridor, if I'm not mistaken. I was curious. Curiosity can be dangerous. That dog is there for a reason. To guard something. Harry moved to a chair and sat, refusing to stand before Dumbledore like a child called to the principal's office. Something you moved from Gringotts last summer. The shadows saw goblins loading a small package. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. You have remarkable abilities, Harry. Far beyond what I expected. What did you expect? A child traumatized by prophecy and loss. Someone who needed guidance, protection, a gentle introduction to a world he'd been denied. Dumbledore moved to the chair across from Harry and sat, ancient bones creaking. Instead, I find a young man who commands shadow magic that hasn't been seen in centuries, who bends a Cerberus to his will, and who walks through my castle as if he owns it. I wasn't trying to cause problems. No. That almost makes it worse. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Do you know what happened the night your parents died? Voldemort came. My mother sacrificed herself. The killing curse rebounded. He was destroyed, mostly. Mostly, Dumbledore repeated. Yes. Mostly. But what you may not know is what happened to you in that moment. What you became. Harry felt the shadows press closer, protective and anxious. I've always known I was different. Different is an understatement. You touched something ancient that night, Harry. Something that predates wizard and muggle alike. The primordial shadow, a force that exists in the space between things, that was old when the first fire was kindled. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. It chose you. Merged with you. And now you're becoming something the world hasn't seen in 3,000 years. A Shadow King. A Shadow Sovereign, to use the proper term. There have been others throughout history, though not for millennia. They wielded immense power, controlled vast domains, and ultimately. He paused. Ultimately, they were all destroyed. Hunted by those who feared the dark. The Luminari. Dumbledore's surprise was genuine. You know of them? The Shadows remember. An organization dedicated to eradicating those who wield darkness. They've killed every shadow sovereign in history. Harry met Dumbledore's ancient eyes. Is that why you're here, Headmaster? To warn me? Partially. Dumbledore's voice softened. I'm also here to tell you that I am not your enemy, Harry. I know what you are, and I don't fear it. The darkness is not inherently evil, it's simply power, like any other. What matters is how it's used. Pretty words. Genuine ones. Dumbledore rose, moving toward the common room entrance. I'm not asking you to trust me. That must be earned. But I am asking you to be careful. There are eyes on you now, some friendly, some not. The Luminari have agents everywhere, and they've been waiting for another shadow sovereign to emerge. I can protect myself. I know. That's what concerns me. Dumbledore paused at the entrance. Good night, Harry. Sleep well. And perhaps, stay away from the third-floor corridor for now. What's hidden there is dangerous in ways that even shadows might not survive. He left, and Harry sat alone in the greenlit room, thinking. He's not wrong to fear us, the shadows whispered. The Luminari are ancient and patient. They will come for you eventually. Then I'd better be ready when they do. The weeks passed quickly after that. Harry fell into a routine, classes during the day, exploration at night, building alliances where he could. Daphne became a constant presence, her sharp mind and political acumen invaluable. Neville visited often despite house divisions, and their friendship deepened into something genuine. Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini joined Harry's orbit, Tracy for survival, she was a half-blood in Slytherin, always vulnerable, Blaise for ambition, he recognized that Harry was a rising power and wanted to be near it. Harry accepted them both, understanding their motivations and not holding them against them. The upper years left him alone. Flint had spread the word about what happened that first night, and no one wanted to be the next example. Draco Malfoy was a more complicated problem. He oscillated between resentment and fascination, clearly wanting to oppose Harry but intelligent enough to recognize he couldn't. Their interactions were tense, careful, neither quite willing to turn Cold War into open conflict. And always, in the background, Harry felt the growing pressure of attention. The ministry was asking questions about the boy who lives unusual abilities. The prophet was running articles speculating about his sorting into Slytherin. Somewhere, in meetings Harry couldn't see, powerful people were deciding what to do about him. Let them plot, the shadows advised. We are ready for whatever comes. Harry wasn't so sure. But he was learning, growing, becoming more every day. And when the moment came, when the Luminari finally showed themselves, when Voldemort made his move, when the world demanded he choose a side, he intended to be ready. He was Harry Potter. He was the Shadow King. And he was just getting started. It was late October when everything changed. Harry was in the library, researching the history of shadow magic in texts so old they crumbled at his touch, when his senses screamed a warning. Something was wrong in the castle, something massive and violent and hungry. He was moving before conscious thought kicked in, shadows carrying him through the castle faster than running. Other students were fleeing, screaming about a troll in the dungeons, but Harry ignored them. He followed the trail of destruction, the path of shattered stone and splintered wood, until he found it. The troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned and stupid-eyed, and it had cornered Hermione Granger in a bathroom. The bushy-haired girl was pressed against the wall, too terrified to scream, while the troll raised its club for a killing blow. Harry stepped out of the shadows. Hey! The troll turned, club pausing mid-swing. Hermione gasped. And Harry did something he'd never tried before, something the shadows had been whispering he could do for months. He reached into the troll's shadow. The creature went rigid. Its eyes rolled back. Its club dropped from nerveless fingers. Harry walked forward calmly, one hand extended, feeling the troll's simple mind through the darkness that clung to it. Sleep, he commanded. Sleep now. The troll sat down with a thud that shook the floor. Then it lay down, curled into a fetal position, and began to snore. Hermione stared at him. How? Magic, Harry said. Are you hurt? No, I was in here crying, and then it just. She trailed off, tears still streaking her face, looking at Harry like she didn't know whether to be grateful or terrified. You should probably head back to your common room, Harry suggested gently. Professors will be here soon, and you don't want to explain what you were doing alone in a bathroom. Hermione nodded shakily and fled. Harry stayed with the sleeping troll, waiting for the faculty to arrive. When they did, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell stumbling behind them, he explained what happened with careful omissions. He didn't mention the shadows. He didn't explain how he'd subdued the creature. He just said he'd found it and kept it calm until they arrived. Dumbledore appeared in the doorway, eyes moving from the sleeping troll to Harry's calm face. Remarkable, the headmaster said quietly. 20 points to Slytherin for outstanding bravery. Harry nodded and left. But as he walked back to his common room, he thought about Hermione's terrified face, the way she'd looked at him after he saved her, like she didn't know if he was better or worse than the monster. Some will always fear us, the shadows reminded him. It is the price of power. Maybe, Harry thought. But it doesn't have to be the only response. He had a lot to learn about being human while becoming something else entirely. That night, Harry returned to the third-floor corridor. Fluffy greeted him with enthusiastic tail-wagging and 3 tongues trying to lick him at once. Harry laughed, genuine, unguarded laughter that he allowed himself in the dark, and spent an hour playing with the enormous beast. But eventually, curiosity won. "What's down there?" he asked, pointing to the trapdoor. "What are you guarding?" Fluffy whined, clearly uncomfortable with the question. Harry knelt, looking into one set of massive eyes. "I'm not going to steal it. I just want to understand." The dog considered this. Then, slowly, it shifted aside, revealing the wooden trapdoor beneath. Harry opened it and looked down. Darkness. Real darkness, not shadow but absence. And far below, something gleaming, a red light, pulsing like a heartbeat. The stone, the shadows whispered. The philosopher's stone. It can grant eternal life and endless gold. Many would kill for it, Is that what Voldemort's after? Harry murmured. The fragment of him that remains. He seeks to return, to reclaim a body. The stone could give him that. Harry closed the trapdoor and patted Fluffy's nearest head. Don't let anyone through, he said. Not me, not anyone. Unless I tell you it's safe. The dog's response was immediate and absolute obedience. The Shadow King had commanded, his subjects would obey. Harry walked back to his dormitory, thinking about immortality and power and the corrupted thing that wore Professor Quirrell like a suit. The year wasn't over yet. And he had a feeling the worst was still to come. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Crown of Whispers. The first snow came early to Hogwarts. Harry stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching flakes drift past the enchanted glass that looked out into the lake. The water was dark at this depth, but the snow still somehow filtered down, magic doing what physics couldn't, creating a scene of impossible beauty. Behind him, the common room buzzed with the usual morning chaos. Students scrambled for forgotten assignments, debated Quidditch standings, and complained about the cold that seeped through the castle's ancient stones. Harry listened to it all with half an ear, letting the shadows carry scraps of conversation to him. Heard Potter hasn't touched a wand all term, Malfoy's father is furious about the Slytherin situation, Ministry Observer arriving today. Apparently, Harry's attention sharpened. Ministry Observer? The shadows stirred, anxious. They'd been unsettled for days, whispering warnings he couldn't quite parse. Something was coming. Something that made the ancient darkness of Hogwarts pull closer around him, protective and afraid. You're brooding again. Daphne settled into the chair beside his window, her potions textbook balanced on her knee. She'd taken to studying near him in the mornings, claiming the light was better here. They both knew that was a lie. The lake-filtered light was barely adequate, but Harry appreciated the company. Thinking, he corrected. About what? The Ministry Observer. Did you know about this? Daphne's expression flickered, genuine surprise, quickly masked. No. Father hasn't mentioned anything in his letters. She frowned. That's unusual. He normally keeps me informed about ministry movements that might affect me. Might affect you, or might affect me. Both, increasingly. She turned a page without reading it. You've noticed the way people talk about us now? Not just you, us. Greengrass has allied with Potter. The Ice Queen found someone cold enough to tolerate. We're being linked together in the political gossip. Does that bother you? It complicates things. She met his eyes directly. My family's strategy has always been neutrality. Stay above the conflicts, survive whoever wins. Attaching myself to you makes that harder. Then why stay? The question hung between them. Harry genuinely wanted to know. Daphne was intelligent enough to have calculated the risks, connected enough to have other options. She could distance herself from him at any time and suffer only minor social awkwardness. Because you're going to change everything, she said finally. I don't know how yet, or when, but I feel it. The old order, the Malfoys, the Ministry, even Dumbledore, they all assume the world will continue as it has. You don't fit their assumptions. Her smile was sharp. I'd rather be close enough to see what happens next than safe on the sidelines wondering. That's either very brave or very foolish. Possibly both. She returned to her textbook. Now stop brooding. We have Transfiguration in 20 minutes, and McGonagall was giving you looks last class. The Ministry Observer arrived during lunch. Harry felt him before he saw him, a presence entering the great hall that made every shadow in the room recoil. It was like watching oil fleeing water, darkness pulling away from something fundamentally opposed to its nature. The man was tall and silver-haired, with a face that looked carved from aged marble. He wore ministry robes, but they sat on him wrong, too formal for a bureaucrat. His eyes swept the hall with the patience of someone used to waiting centuries for what he wanted. Those eyes found Harry immediately. Ancient, the shadows screamed. He is ancient and he carries light that hunts. Flee, young king, flee. Harry didn't flee. He held the man's gaze across the crowded hall, refusing to show the fear that crawled up his spine. Who is that? Neville asked, having joined them at the Slytherin table despite the dirty looks it earned him. He'd grown bolder over the past months, their friendship giving him confidence he'd lacked before. Aldrich Solarius. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the tension beneath it. He's a ministry special advisor. Officially, he reviews curriculum standards and school safety protocols. And unofficially, he's been at the ministry since before my grandfather was born. No one knows exactly how old he is or what he really does. Father says to avoid him at all costs. Harry watched Solarius take a seat at the staff table, exchanging pleasantries with Dumbledore. The headmaster's smile didn't reach his eyes. Too late for avoidance, Harry murmured. He's here for me. The summons came that evening. A prefect delivered it with visible nervousness, a formal request for Harry to meet with Ministry Observer Solarius, in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. Harry read the parchment, then handed it to Daphne. Don't go, she said immediately. If I don't, he'll find another way. Better to meet on scheduled ground than be ambushed. Then I'm coming with you. No. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. Whatever this is, I need to face it alone. If something goes wrong, I need you free to act, not trapped in the same room. Daphne's jaw tightened, but she nodded. If you're not back in an hour, I'm coming anyway. Deal. The walk to the 4th floor felt longer than it should have. The castle's shadows pressed close, offering escape routes, hiding places, paths through the darkness that could carry him anywhere in Britain. Harry acknowledged their concern but kept walking. Whatever this is, he thought, I need to understand it. The classroom door was ordinary, weathered oak, iron hinges, nothing special. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. Solarius stood by the window, backlit by moonlight that seemed brighter than natural. The room was empty except for 2 chairs facing each other, clearly arranged for this meeting. Harry Potter. Solarius's voice was like wine through dead leaves. Please, sit. I prefer to stand. As you wish. Solarius didn't move from his position. Do you know why I'm here? You're going to tell me you're a ministry observer conducting routine inspections. That's the official story. Would you like the truth? Harry waited. I'm here because something woke up 2 months ago. Something that hasn't stirred in 3,000 years. Solarius turned, and in the moonlight, his face was wrong, too smooth, too ageless, not quite human. The primordial shadow chose a vessel. It chose you. You seem well informed for a curriculum reviewer. I should be. I've spent my very long life hunting your kind. Solarius smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. I am the last living member of the original Luminary Council. I personally killed the last Shadow Sovereign, 400 years ago. I held the torch that burned him. The words should have been terrifying. They were terrifying. But Harry had learned in the cupboard under the stairs that showing fear only encouraged predators. And now you're here to kill me? Not tonight. Solarius moved forward, each step deliberate. The old laws still hold. You're a child, untrained, your power barely manifested. To move against you now would be unsporting. And it would attract attention I'd prefer to avoid. How considerate. I'm not a monster, Harry. Neither were most of the Shadow Sovereigns I've destroyed. They were people, some good, some evil, most somewhere in between. But they all had one thing in common. Solarius stopped 10 feet away, close enough that Harry could see the faint glow in his eyes. They all lost themselves eventually. The primordial shadow is patient. It waits. It whispers. And one day, the human host realizes they've become something else entirely, a door through which eternal darkness can pour. Maybe I'll be different. They all think that. They're all wrong. Solarius's voice softened. I'm telling you this because I believe you deserve to know what's coming. You have a choice, Harry Potter. You can fight what's happening to you, reject the Shadow's gifts, and perhaps, remain human. Or you can embrace your power and force me to stop you. Some choice. Be weak or be dead. Be human or be a threat to everything human. Solarius reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial filled with liquid light. This is purified essence of dawn. If you drink it now, it will burn the shadow out of you. You'll be an ordinary wizard, talented, famous, unremarkable in the ways that matter. And you'll be safe. Harry looked at the vial. Part of him, the part that remembered being small and scared and alone, wanted to reach for it. To be normal. To fit. But another part, the part that had grown in darkness and found strength there, knew what that choice would cost. The shadows have been with me since I was a baby, he said slowly. They protected me when no one else would. They kept me warm, kept me fed, kept me sane in a house that wanted me broken. They're not parasites, Mr. Solarius. They're family. They're using you. Maybe. Or maybe we're using each other. Harry met Solarius's glowing eyes without flinching. I appreciate the warning. I'll keep it in mind. But I'm not drinking that potion, and I'm not giving up what I am. For a long moment, Solarius was silent. Then he pocketed the vial. The last sovereign said something similar. He was older than you, wiser, more powerful. He thought he could control the darkness. Solarius moved toward the door. He was wrong. In the end, I gave him mercy he didn't want. I may have to do the same for you. Maybe. But not tonight. No. Not tonight. Solarius paused at the door. I'll be watching, Harry Potter. Every shadow you cast, every dark deed you commit, every step you take toward becoming what the primordial wants, I'll see it. And when the time comes, I won't hesitate. He left. Harry stood alone in the moonlit room, heart pounding, shadows writhing around him in agitation. He means it, they whispered. He's killed hundreds of us. Thousands. He won't stop. I know, Harry said aloud. But neither will I. Daphne was waiting when he returned to the common room. She didn't ask what happened, just looked at him with those sharp blue eyes and waited until he was ready to talk. They settled into their usual chairs by the fire, the common room empty at this hour except for a few seventh years studying in the far corner. He's old, Harry said finally. Older than Dumbledore, maybe older than the castle. He called himself Luminari. Daphne's breath caught. I thought they were extinct. Apparently not. He says he's the last of the original council. Harry stared into the flames. He offered me a cure. A potion that would burn away the shadow magic and make me normal. Did you take it? What do you think? Daphne was quiet for a moment. I think that if you were the kind of person who took the easy path, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And I think that terrifies me almost as much as it impresses me. You could leave. Distance yourself before things get worse. We discussed this. That was before an ancient hunter announced he's going to kill me eventually. Daphne turned to face him fully. In the firelight, her Ice Queen mask was cracked, showing something real beneath, fear, yes, but also determination. My family has survived by avoiding conflict. By never taking sides, never making enemies, never standing for anything except our own survival. And where has it gotten us? We're wealthy, respected, completely meaningless. She reached out and took his hand, the first time she'd initiated physical contact. I'm tired of being safe. I want to be part of something that matters. Harry looked at their joined hands, feeling the warmth of her skin against his shadow-cooled flesh. You might die. Everyone dies. Not everyone lives. She squeezed his fingers. Now tell me everything. I need to know what we're dealing with. Harry told her. About the primordial shadow, the shadow sovereigns, the centuries of conflict between dark and light. He told her what Solarius had said, what he'd offered, what he'd threatened. By the time he finished, the fire had burned low and the common room was completely empty. So we need allies, Daphne said. People who can help protect you, or at least provide political cover. That's your area of expertise. Give me a week. I'll have a list of potential supporters. The Luminari might be ancient, but they're not omnipotent. If we build enough of a coalition, they won't be able to move against you without starting a war. You really think you can do that? Daphne's smile was sharp as a blade. Harry, politics is just another kind of shadow. And I've been learning to navigate it since I could walk. November brought more than cold weather. The Slytherin hierarchy shifted around Harry like sand around a stone. Upper years who had initially viewed him as an upstart began treating him with cautious respect. First years started gravitating toward him, seeking protection. Even some second and third years began positioning themselves as potential allies. Daphne orchestrated most of it, subtle suggestions, strategic introductions, carefully placed rumors that painted Harry as powerful but fair. She never claimed credit, and Harry never directly acknowledged her work, but they both knew what was happening. Blaise Zabini was the first to formally ally himself. The dark-skinned Italian approached Harry after a particularly brutal potions class, sliding into step beside him with practiced ease. "My mother sends her regards," Blaise said without preamble. "She's heard things about the Ministry Observer and his interest in you. Your mother is well connected. She's buried 7 husbands and accumulated their fortunes." Well connected is an understatement. Blaise's smile was thin. "She wanted me to tell you that the Zabini family has no love for the Luminari. They burned one of my ancestors, a distant cousin, admittedly, but family nonetheless." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Don't be." She was apparently quite unpleasant. "But the principle stands." Blaise lowered his voice. "If you're building a power base, I'd like to be part of it. The Zabinas survive by choosing the winning side early. And you think I'm the winning side? I think you're the most interesting option." Blaise's dark eyes were calculating. The old families are dying, the ministry is corrupt, and the Dark Lord's remnants are still poisoning everything. Someone new needs to rise. Why not you? Harry considered the offer. Blaise was ambitious and probably untrustworthy in a crisis, but his family's resources and connections could be valuable. "I'm not building an army," Harry said finally. "I'm not planning to take over the world." "Of course not. You're just a first-year student, minding your own business while accumulating power, allies, and the attention of ancient shadow hunters." Blaise's smile widened. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, Potter." "Welcome aboard, Zabini. Please, call me Blaise. If we're going to change the world, we might as well be on a first-name basis." Tracy Davis was a different case entirely. She cornered Harry in the library a week later, her usual nervous energy magnified to the point of vibrating. Tracy was a half-blood in Slytherin, smart enough to know her position was precarious, savvy enough to have survived this long, but always looking over her shoulder. "I need your protection," she said without preamble, blocking his path between the transfiguration stacks. "Whatever that costs." Harry lowered the book he'd been examining. "What happened?" "Malfoy. He's been testing boundaries. Saying things about blood purity, about people who don't belong in Slytherin. It's getting worse since you humiliated him on the train." Tracy's hands were shaking. "I've seen what happens to half-bloods who don't have protection. My cousin went to school here 10 years ago. She didn't make it to graduation." "Didn't make it how?" "Accident on the stairs. Fell 4 floors. No witnesses." Tracy's voice was flat. Everyone knew it wasn't an accident. No one did anything. Harry felt the shadows stirring, anger bleeding into the darkness around him. He didn't know Tracy well, but the fear in her eyes was genuine. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to a nearby table. "Tell me everything." Tracy told him. About the whisper campaigns, the hexes in hallways, the professors who looked the other way. About the network of pureblood families who protected their own and let everyone else suffer. When she finished, Harry was quiet for a long moment. "All right," he said finally. "You're under my protection. Anyone who has a problem with you has a problem with me." Just like that. Just like that. Harry stood. "Go back to the common room. Let it be known, subtly, that you're allied with me now. If anyone asks, you're part of my study group." "You don't have a study group." "I do now." The study group met for the first time the following Saturday. They gathered in an unused classroom that the shadows had shown Harry, a forgotten space on the 7th floor that seemed to shift and change to accommodate their needs. The room of requirement, the castle itself had whispered to him, though he hadn't shared that information with anyone. Present were Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and, to everyone's surprise, Neville, who had slipped away from Gryffindor Tower despite his housemates' protests. "This isn't just a study group," Neville said when he arrived. "Is it?" "It's whatever we need it to be." Harry stood at the head of the room, feeling vaguely ridiculous playing leader to a handful of 11-year-olds. "Right now, I need people I can trust. People who are willing to learn things the regular curriculum doesn't teach." "Dark magic?" Tracy asked nervously. "Shadow magic. There's a difference, though most people don't understand it." Harry held out his hand, and darkness pooled in his palm, forming shapes, a bird, a flower, a snake that coiled around his wrist. "Darkness isn't evil. It's just absence. The space that allows light to exist. The silence between heartbeats." "It's beautiful," Neville murmured. "It can be. It can also be terrifying, if wielded that way." Harry let the shadows dissolve. "I'm going to teach you what I know, not to make you shadow mages, but to help you understand what we're dealing with. The threats we face aren't normal, and normal defenses won't help." "What threats?" Blaise asked. Harry looked at each of them in turn, Daphne, steady and calculating, Blaise, curious and ambitious, Tracy, frightened but determined, Neville, surprisingly calm. "Have any of you heard of the Luminari?" He told them everything. By the time he finished, the room was silent. "So we're fighting an ancient order of light-wielding fanatics," Blaise summarized. "And possibly the remnants of the Dark Lord. And whatever else decides you're a threat." "Yes." "Brilliant." Blaise's smile was slightly manic. "Mother was right. You are the most interesting option." "This is insane," Tracy said, but she didn't leave. "Probably," Daphne agreed. "But it's our kind of insane." Neville raised his hand tentatively. I don't know if I can help with any of this. I'm not powerful like you, Harry. I can barely manage a proper levitation charm." "Neville." Harry crossed the room to stand before his friend. "You came here even though you were terrified. You crossed house lines because you believed in our friendship. That's worth more than any spell. But power isn't just magic. It's loyalty, courage, doing the right thing when it's hard." Harry placed a hand on Neville's shoulder. "You have all of those. Everything else can be learned." Neville's eyes were suspiciously bright. "My gran always said I was a disappointment. That I'd never live up to my parents." "Your gran sounds like she needs her priorities examined." Harry squeezed his shoulder. "You're my friend, Neville. That means something." The first study session focused on meditation and awareness, techniques the shadows had taught Harry over years of quiet nights in his cupboard. Learning to feel magic, to sense threats, to remain calm when everything was falling apart. Daphne took to it immediately, her natural poise translating into easy stillness. Blaise struggled, too used to thinking and scheming to quiet his mind. Tracy surprised everyone by achieving a meditative state within minutes, her anxiety apparently making her desperate for any tool that offered peace. Neville tried. "I can feel something," he said during their third session. "It's not shadow, though. It's more like, growing. Like roots spreading through soil." Harry exchanged a glance with Daphne. "That's interesting. Can you focus on that feeling?" Neville closed his eyes, concentrating. The room was silent except for their breathing. Then every plant in the room, there were potted herbs in the corner, part of some previous tenant's abandoned project, burst into growth. Vines erupted from pots, flowers bloomed in seconds, greenery spread across the floor like a living carpet. Neville's eyes snapped open. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean, don't apologize." Harry was grinning. "Neville, that was incredible." "It was? You have an affinity. Not for shadow, but for life. Growing things." Harry looked at the transformed room with genuine wonder. "That's rare. Valuable. Really? Really?" Daphne was examining one of the flowers, her mask cracked by obvious fascination. Plant magic is considered a lesser art by most purebloods, but they're idiots. Some of the most powerful witches in history were herbalists and life weavers. Neville stared at the greenery he'd accidentally created, something changing in his expression. Not quite confidence, not yet, but the first seed of it. "I've always loved plants," he said quietly. "Gran thought it was a waste of time." "Your Gran is wrong about a lot of things." Harry clapped him on the back. "Now let's figure out how to control this before you turn the castle into a jungle." December arrived with the announcement of the Christmas holidays. Most students were going home, the castle emptying as the weather grew colder. Harry had already decided to stay, the Dursleys had made it clear he wasn't welcome, not that he would have returned regardless, and was surprised when several of his group announced they were staying too. "Mother is traveling," Blaise said with a shrug. "One of her business trips. I'd rather not know the details. Father wants me home, but I convinced him I need to study for exams." Daphne's smile was sharp. "He doesn't suspect I'm actually conducting political operations on behalf of a shadow-wielding first year. My Gran gave permission without me even asking." Neville looked puzzled. "I think she was relieved, actually." Tracy had reluctantly gone home, promising to return with whatever intelligence she could gather about pureblood family movements over the holiday. The empty castle was different. Quieter, older, the ancient magic more palpable without hundreds of students stirring it up. Harry spent hours exploring places he couldn't reach during term, restricted sections of the library, abandoned towers, passages that the shadows claimed no one had walked in centuries. It was on one of these explorations that he encountered Quirrell. The defense professor was skulking through a corridor near the third-floor wing, muttering to himself in a voice that sometimes seemed to have two tones. Harry watched from the shadows, invisible, as Quirrell checked and rechecked that he wasn't being followed. He wasn't being followed by anything Quirrell could detect. "Emma must be careful," Quirrell muttered. "Dumbledore suspects. The old fool is always watching." A different voice, deeper, colder, seemed to emanate from beneath his turban. "The stone is close. We must act soon, before the Luminary agent interferes." "Why yes, Master." Harry felt his blood run cold. The thing beneath Quirrell's turban wasn't a fashion choice. It was something else, something parasitic, wrong, familiar in a way that made his scar ache. "Voldemort," the shadows whispered. "Or what remains of him. He rides the fool like a horse." Harry withdrew carefully, moving through the darkness until he was far from Quirrell's awareness. Then he stopped, leaning against a cold stone wall, and forced himself to think. Voldemort was in the castle. Attached to a professor. Seeking the Philosopher's Stone. Harry could tell Dumbledore. The headmaster would handle it, probably, and Harry could go back to being a first-year student learning magic and building alliances. Or we could handle it ourselves, the shadows suggested. The parasite is weak. Barely clinging to existence. One strike in the dark, no. Harry spoke aloud, surprising himself. Not yet. I need to understand more. He made his way back to the common room, mind racing. Voldemort wasn't the only threat, Solarius was still watching, still waiting for Harry to cross some invisible line. Moving against Voldemort might be exactly the kind of dark deed the Luminari was looking for. But leaving Voldemort to seek the stone was also dangerous. If he succeeded, if he regained a body, then the threat became exponentially worse. Harry needed more information. And he knew exactly where to get it. The Shadow Realm opened like a door in his mind. Harry had been touching it since that first terrified dive, weeks ago when Solarius had cornered him. But he'd never gone deep, never let himself sink fully into the darkness between worlds. Now, sitting alone in his dormitory on Christmas Eve, he let go. The transition was less jarring than he expected. One moment he was sitting on his bed, the next, he was elsewhere. The Shadow Realm looked like Hogwarts, but wrong, colors inverted, gravity uncertain, distances that stretched and compressed according to rules he didn't understand. Welcome, young king. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. You have finally come to court. Harry turned and found them waiting, figures made of darkness, vaguely humanoid but shifting, some tall as trees and some barely knee-high. The Shadow Court. Servants of every Shadow Sovereign who had ever lived. I need information, Harry said. About the primordial shadow. About what I'm becoming. You are becoming what you were always meant to be. A tall figure stepped forward, its form resolving into something almost human, a woman, or the memory of one, with eyes like pools of ink. The shadow chose you before you were born. It waited, patient as darkness always is, for the moment when light and death would crack reality enough for it to reach through. The killing curse. Yes. The green light that should have ended you instead opened the door. The shadow stepped through. You became its vessel, its bridge, its hope. Hope for what? The court was silent. Harry felt them exchanging glances, debating how much to reveal. The primordial shadow wishes to return, the woman finally said. It was banished in the first days of creation, exiled to the spaces between worlds. It seeks a permanent door back into reality. A door that only a living Shadow Sovereign can provide. And if it returns? Eternal night. Not death, the shadow does not seek destruction, but an end to light, to warmth, to everything that burns. Peace, of a kind. The peace of the void. Harry absorbed this. It aligned with what Solarius had told him, what he'd feared in his darker moments. The previous sovereigns, he said slowly. Did they know this? Some did. Some didn't. Some fought against the shadow's purpose, others embraced it. All failed, either consumed by their own power or destroyed by the Luminari. And you expect me to follow the same path? The woman's expression shifted, something that might have been a smile on a face that actually had features. We expect nothing, young king. You are different. You ask questions your predecessors never thought to ask. You have connections that anchor you to the human world in ways they lacked. You mean my friends. Love. Loyalty. The small bonds that seem insignificant but hold fast when everything else breaks. The woman gestured, and images appeared in the air, Daphne's face, Neville's, even Tracy and Blaise. These are your strength. They are also your weakness. The shadow will try to erode them. The Luminari will try to sever them. If you wish to survive, truly survive, as yourself, you must hold fast. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. Will you help me? We are your court. We serve at your command. The woman bowed, and the other figures followed. But we cannot fight your battles for you. The Shadow Sovereign must stand alone at the crucial moments. That is the price of the crown. Harry nodded slowly. One more question. Voldemort, the dark wizard who attacked me as a baby. Part of him was supposed to enter me, wasn't it? Yes. A fragment of his soul, intended to anchor him to you, to ensure he could never truly die while you lived. The woman's voice held something like satisfaction. The shadow consumed it. Burned it to nothing. The Dark Lord lost a piece of his immortality the moment he struck you. Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. Good to know. He returned to the physical world on Christmas morning. Someone had left presents at the foot of his bed, actual presents, wrapped in colored paper with bows. Harry stared at them for a long moment, emotions he couldn't name swelling in his chest. He opened them slowly, savoring each one. From Daphne, a book on defensive magic, with a note that read, "Knowledge is the best armor." D. From Neville, a small potted plant that seemed to glow with faint luminescence. It grows stronger in darkness. Reminded me of you. N. From Blaze, an expensive quill set and the driest card Harry had ever read. For documenting your inevitable rise to power. B. From Tracy, a hand-knitted scarf in Slytherin colors. My mum taught me. Please don't laugh. T. And finally, from someone unsigned, a package containing a flowing cloak of silver fabric that seemed to shimmer with impossible colors. A note fluttered out, "This belonged to your father. It is time it was returned. Use it well." Harry ran the cloak through his fingers, feeling the ancient magic woven into every thread. An invisibility cloak. Not just any cloak, this one felt different, more permanent, more real than the shadows he commanded. A deathly halo, the shadows whispered with something like awe. The cloak of true invisibility. We cannot see through it. Nothing can. Who sent it? The old wizard. The one with the twinkling eyes and the terrible choices. Dumbledore. Giving him a tool that could hide him even from the Luminari. Harry folded the cloak carefully and placed it in his trunk. Then he went to find his friends, to celebrate Christmas properly for the first time in his life. The holiday passed too quickly. Harry's group spent their days exploring the castle, practicing magic in the room of requirement, and simply enjoying each other's company. They had snowball fights on the grounds, feasted on holiday treats in the Great Hall, and spent long evenings by the fire discussing everything from politics to philosophy to their hopes for the future. It was, Harry realized, the happiest he had ever been. Which made it all the more jarring when, 3 days before term resumed, Solarius cornered him again. Harry was walking back from the library, arms full of books on ancient magical history, when the corridor ahead of him suddenly flooded with light. Not natural light, something brighter, sharper, that made his eyes water and his shadows scream. Solarius stepped out of the brilliance, his face set in grim determination. "I've been patient," the ancient wizard said. "I've watched you gather allies, build power, explore forbidden knowledge. But I've also seen you restrain yourself. You haven't killed. You haven't corrupted. You've even been kind. Is that a problem? It's a puzzle." Solarius moved closer, the light moving with him. "Every other shadow sovereign I've hunted showed signs of darkness within months. The cruelty that comes naturally when you can hurt without consequence. The isolation that follows when normal humans become lesser. Maybe I'm different. Maybe. Or maybe you're just better at hiding it." Solarius stopped 10 feet away, the same distance as before. "I'm leaving Hogwarts tomorrow. Ministry business that can't be postponed. But I want you to understand something before I go. I'm listening. I don't want to kill you, Harry Potter." For the first time, something like sadness crossed Solarius's ancient face. "You remind me of someone, a sovereign I knew, centuries ago, who also believed she could balance the light and dark. She was brilliant, kind, full of hope. And in the end, the shadow consumed her anyway. I held her hand while she burned. Harry didn't know what to say. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that my hunt isn't personal. It isn't cruel. It's necessary, a burden I've carried for longer than most civilizations have existed. Solarius reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal that pulsed with inner light. If you ever feel yourself slipping, if the darkness starts to win, use this. It will summon me, and I will give you a quick end. Better than what the shadow would make of you. He held out the crystal. Harry, after a long moment, took it. Why are you doing this? Because you deserve a choice. All my hunts, across all the centuries, I've only ever given that choice twice. Solarius's smile was weary. The first was my friend. She used it. I hope you never have to. He walked away, the light fading with him, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with a crystal that promised death in his palm. Harry stood there for a long time, thinking about choices and darkness and what it meant to be human. Then he put the crystal in his pocket and went to find his friends. The new term brought new problems. Professor Quirrell's behavior grew increasingly erratic, his stutter sometimes vanishing entirely when he thought no one was watching. Harry tracked his movements through the shadows, building a picture of his patterns, his weaknesses, his relationship with the thing beneath his turban. Meanwhile, the wider wizarding world began paying attention to Harry Potter's unusual first year. The Daily Prophet ran a series of articles on The Boy Who Lived's mysterious sorting, speculation about dark influences, family curses, and ancient bloodline magic. Letters arrived daily, some supportive, most suspicious, a few openly threatening. "They're afraid of you," Daphne observed, reading the latest batch over his shoulder. "Good. Fear is a useful tool. I'd rather be respected than feared. You'll end up with both, whether you want it or not. The trick is managing which one dominates." She sorted the letters into piles, important, useless, and dangerous. This one's from Lucius Malfoy. Another partnership offer. Rejected. Obviously. But the fact that he's still trying is significant. He sees value in you despite your unconventional nature. Harry took the letter, skimming its flowery language and thinly veiled threats. He's hedging his bets. If Voldemort returns, he wants to be able to claim he tried to recruit me. If Voldemort fails, he wants to be able to claim he recognized my potential early. Exactly. The man has survived 3 regime changes by being useful to everyone and loyal to no one. Daphne's tone held grudging respect. You could learn from him. I could. I won't. Harry tossed the letter into the fire. I'm not interested in being useful to people who would throw me away the moment I became inconvenient. Then what are you interested in? The question hung in the air. Harry watched the flames consume Malfoy's words, thinking about everything he'd learned, everything he'd become. Balance, he said finally. The Luminari want to destroy all darkness. Voldemort and his followers want darkness to consume everything. I want. He struggled to articulate something he'd only begun to understand. I want both to exist. Light and shadow, day and night, hope and fear. Not constantly at war, but in equilibrium. Each making the other meaningful. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, that's either very wise or very naive. Probably both. Probably. She leaned against him, a casual intimacy that had developed over the past months. Well, if you're going to remake the world's understanding of magic, you'll need help. Lucky for you, I'm available. Harry laughed, and for a moment, the weight of destiny felt lighter. The troll had been a test. Harry realized it 3 weeks into the new term, when the shadows brought him whispers of Quirrell's conversations with his master. The beast failed to eliminate any obstacles, Quirrell muttered in an empty classroom, apparently speaking to his own turban. The Potter boy stopped it without effort. The deep voice responded, inconvenient. But not unexpected. The Shadow King's vessel would not fall to such a crude tool. Then why send it at all? To observe. To understand our enemy's capabilities. A pause that somehow managed to be thoughtful. He is stronger than I anticipated. But raw power is nothing without will. We must test his resolve. Harry withdrew from the conversation, mind racing. They knew what he was. They were planning for him. He needed to act, but carefully. Striking at Quirrell openly would alert Dumbledore, possibly trigger the Luminari, and definitely reveal the extent of his abilities. But doing nothing meant letting Voldemort advance his schemes unchallenged. The answer, when it came, was elegant in its simplicity. Harry waited until Quirrell made his nightly reconnaissance of the third-floor corridor, then followed through the shadows. He watched the professor approach Fluffy's door, wand raised, clearly intending to probe the defenses. Then Harry stepped out of the darkness. Professor. Quirrell spun, face pale, wand jerking toward Harry before he caught himself. P. Potter. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. For a moment, Quirrell's stutter vanished, something cold and calculating surfacing in his eyes. Then the mask slammed back down. I was merely, checking the wards. Headmaster's orders. Of course. Harry didn't move. I should mention, Fluffy knows me. We're friends. He's very protective of his territory. As if on cue, a low growl resonated through the door. Three-part harmony, rumbling and dangerous. Quirrell's face went even paler. I should go. Lots of papers to grade. Good night, Professor. Harry watched him flee, then placed his hand on the door. Fluffy's growl subsided immediately, replaced by whines of greeting. Good boy, Harry murmured. Keep watching. Don't let anyone through, especially not him. The dog's rumble of agreement shook the corridor. Harry smiled in the darkness. Let Voldemort test his resolve. He'd find it stronger than expected. February brought Valentine's Day, which Harry would have happily ignored if not for the small package that appeared on his pillow. Inside was a ring, silver, set with a deep blue stone that seemed to hold starlight within it. No card, no note, but Harry knew who it was from. He found Daphne in the library, ostensibly studying, actually watching him approach with studied nonchalance. Thank you, he said, sliding into the seat beside her. It's beautiful. It's a greengrass heirloom. Given to allies of particular value. Her voice was steady, but he caught the faint flush on her cheeks. It has protective enchantments. Might be useful, given your situation. Allies of particular value. Don't read too much into it, Potter. I wouldn't dream of it, Greengrass. They sat in comfortable silence, shoulders almost touching, while the shadows curled contentedly around them both. The confrontation came in April. Harry had been tracking Quirrell's movements for months, watching his defenses weaken, his desperation grow. The thing beneath his turban was consuming him, demanding the stone with increasing urgency. When Quirrell finally made his move, Harry was ready. He intercepted the professor not in the third-floor corridor, but in a passage beneath the dungeons, a secret way that the shadows had shown him, leading toward the chamber's protections from below. Going somewhere, Professor? Quirrell turned slowly. This time, there was no stutter, no pretense. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, but something ancient and malevolent looked out through them. Harry Potter. Not Quirrell's voice, the voice from beneath the turban, speaking directly now. The Shadow King's vessel. I've been curious to meet you properly. Voldemort. Harry kept his voice steady. Or what's left of him. I am eternal. This body is merely temporary, as yours might be, if you choose wisely. Quirrell's lips curved in a smile that didn't reach his borrowed eyes. The Luminari have marked you for death. The old fool Dumbledore seeks to control you. But I could offer you true power. True freedom. Is that what you offered the Death Eaters? How did that work out for them? Anger flickered across Quirrell's face. They were weak. Unworthy. You are different. The shadow has chosen you, as magic itself chose me. We are the same, outcasts, powers beyond mortal understanding. We're nothing alike. Harry let the shadows rise around him, darkness pooling in the passage like black water. You're a parasite, clinging to a host because you're too broken to exist on your own. I'm something new. Something you can't understand or control. Then you choose death. Quirrell raised his wand. So be it. The duel was brief and brutal. Voldemort's magic was powerful, decades of dark knowledge, curses that would have killed any normal wizard instantly. But Harry didn't fight like a normal wizard. He didn't fight at all in the traditional sense. He simply let the darkness take. Shadows erupted from every corner, every crack, every fold of Quirrell's robes. They wrapped around the professor, not hurting him but pulling, dragging him toward the deeper darkness, toward the shadow realm that waited just beneath reality's skin. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed with him, in a different register, as the shadows touched something they found offensive. Your soul fragments, Harry said calmly. The ones that anchor you to this world. The shadows can feel them. They're wrong, tears in the fabric of existence. An insult to both life and death. Release me. Voldemort's voice cracked with something Harry had never expected to hear from the Dark Lord, fear. You don't know what you're doing. I'm giving you a choice. Harry stepped closer, letting Quirrell see his face in the darkness. Leave Britain. Abandon your pursuit of the stone. Find somewhere far away and stay there. Or I'll drag you into the shadow realm and let the darkness do what it wants with you. You wouldn't dare. I've touched the primordial shadow, Tom. I've spoken with entities older than human civilization. Do you really think threats will work on me? Silence. The shadows pulsed, hungry, waiting for Harry's command. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed finally. I will return. I will reclaim what's mine. And when I do, you will suffer for this humiliation. Perhaps. But not today. Harry released his hold, and the shadows withdrew. Quirrell collapsed, gasping. When he looked up, his eyes were his own again, confused, terrified, with no memory of anything past being possessed in Albania. Potter. What, where am I? Somewhere you shouldn't be. Harry helped the man to his feet, almost gently. Go to the hospital wing. Tell Madame Pomfrey you feel ill. And Professor, don't take that turban off for anyone. Quirrell fled without another word. Harry stood alone in the dark passage, thinking about what he'd done. He'd let Voldemort go, a calculated risk, but a risk nonetheless. The Dark Lord would return, eventually. The war wasn't over, just postponed. But tonight, at least, the stone was safe. Hogwarts was safe. And Harry had proven something to himself, he could touch the darkness without being consumed by it. For now, the shadows whispered. For now, young king. But the night is long, and we are patient. Harry walked back toward the dormitory, leaving the darkness behind him. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Price of Darkness. The summer sun beat down on Diagon Alley, but Harry walked in a pocket of cool shadow that followed him like a loyal hound. Witches and wizards parted around him without realizing they were doing it, an instinct older than conscious thought, the prey animal's recognition of something that hunted in the dark. Harry didn't mind. He had shopping to do. Gringotts loomed at the end of the street, white marble gleaming in the July heat. Harry had received a letter 3 days after term ended, formal, precise, bearing the Goblin Nation's seal. Regarding the matter of unclaimed inheritance, it read. Your presence is requested at your earliest convenience. He'd waited a week, partly to avoid seeming eager, partly because the shadows had been restless since his confrontation with Voldemort. They needed time to settle, and so did he. Now, climbing the marble steps, Harry felt the familiar pull of the deep darkness beneath the bank. It recognized him. It welcomed him. Mr. Potter. The goblin at the main desk was different from last year, older, more scarred, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. I am Ragnarok, Director of Inheritance Claims. Please, follow me. They descended through passages Harry hadn't seen before, past vaults that radiated age and power, into depths where the shadows grew thick as velvet. Other goblins watched him pass with expressions that mixed wariness and something almost like respect. Finally, they reached a door carved from black stone, covered in runes that seemed to writhe in Harry's vision. The Shadow Vaults, Ragnarok said. Sealed 3,000 years ago by the last being to claim them. None have opened them since. Until now. Until now. The goblin stepped aside. Place your hand on the stone, Mr. Potter. If the vaults accept you, they will open. If not. He shrugged. We will return what remains of you to your guardians. Harry approached the door. The shadows around him sang with anticipation, with recognition, with a hunger that bordered on desperate. He pressed his palm against the cold stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes blazed with darkness, not light, but its opposite, an illumination of absence that somehow made everything clearer. Harry felt something vast and ancient reach through the stone, touching his mind, his soul, the part of him that was no longer entirely human. Air, it whispered. True air. The blood remembers. The shadow knows. The door dissolved into nothing, and Harry stepped through into legend. The vault was larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Mountains of gold filled only a fraction of the space, the rest was taken up by artifacts, weapons, books, and objects that defied easy categorization. Shadows moved among the piles like curious servants, examining their returned master with obvious delight. 3,000 years, Harry murmured, walking deeper into the vault. Who was the last owner? Malachar the Eternal, the shadows answered. The greatest of us. He ruled half the known world before the Luminari betrayed him. Harry stopped before a pedestal that held a crown of black metal, set with stones that seemed to contain captured night. The crown of shadows, he knew its name without being told, the knowledge flowing into him from the vault itself. I'm not taking that, he said firmly. Not yet. Wise, the shadows agreed. The crown amplifies power but also accelerates the merging. You are not ready. Harry moved on, examining the vault's contents with careful attention. Books on shadow magic that would take decades to master. Weapons forged in darkness that could cut through any defense. Artifacts whose purposes he could only guess at. And, tucked in a corner as if someone had thrown it there in disgust, a single scroll sealed with the Luminari's symbol, a blazing sun. Harry broke the seal and read. To whoever finds this, if you are reading these words, you have claimed the Shadow Vaults, which means you are either a Shadow Sovereign or a very unlucky thief. Assuming the former, I offer you this warning from one who was once your greatest enemy. My name is Seraphina Lightbringer, founder of the Luminari Order. I write this in the final days of my life, having spent 3 centuries hunting your kind. I have killed 14 Shadow Sovereigns. I have burned their courts, destroyed their artifacts, and erased their names from history. And I was wrong. The truth I learned too late, light and shadow are not enemies. They are partners, each giving the other meaning. The primordial shadow does not seek to destroy the world, it seeks to return to it, to resume its rightful place in creation's balance. It was we, the Luminari, who upset that balance by driving the darkness away. I cannot undo what I have done. The order I created has grown beyond my control, twisted my teachings into fanaticism. They will not stop hunting you, no matter what I say or do. But I can leave you this warning, the true enemy is not the shadow within you, nor the light that hunts you. The true enemy is imbalance, the belief that either force should dominate completely. Guard against it in yourself, and guard against those who would impose it on the world. May you find a peace I could not. Serafina. Harry read the scroll 3 times, then carefully placed it in his pocket. The founder of the Luminari, admitting she was wrong. That her entire crusade had been a mistake. She burned anyway, the shadows whispered. Her own followers turned on her when she tried to change their path. The light can be as cruel as any darkness. I know, Harry said. But this might be useful someday. He spent another hour in the vault, selecting carefully, a few books on intermediate shadow techniques, a ring that could store shadows for later use, and a small fortune in gold transferred to his accessible vault. The rest he left untouched. I'll be back, he told the watching darkness. When I'm ready for more. The vault seemed to approve. Outside Gringotts, the summer sun felt more oppressive than ever. Harry found a shaded bench and sat, processing everything he'd learned. 3,000 years of shadow sovereigns, all dead. The Luminari, founded by someone who eventually realized her mistake. And now him, 12 years old, barely trained, with ancient enemies and impossible expectations. No pressure, he thought wryly. Harry Potter. He looked up to find a woman standing before him, middle-aged, with red hair streaked with grey and a monocle that magnified one sharp eye. She wore ministry robes, but there was nothing bureaucratic about her bearing. Madam Bones, I presume. You presume correctly. Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, settled onto the bench beside him without waiting for invitation. My niece has told me interesting things about you. Susan's a good person. I hope I haven't caused her trouble. She's careful about what she shares. But she's also observant, and she's noticed things that concern me. Bones turned to face him directly. You're building something, Mr. Potter. Allies, resources, power. The question is, to what end? Harry considered lying, deflecting, playing the innocent student. But something about Bones' directness made him want to respond in kind. I'm building a safety net, he said. There are people who want me dead for what I am, and people who want to use me for what I could become. I'd prefer to survive both. The Luminari. Among others. Bones was quiet for a moment, her monocled eye studying him with uncomfortable intensity. I've been an Auror for 30 years, Mr. Potter. I've fought dark wizards, magical creatures, and threats to the realm that never made the papers. In all that time, I've learned one crucial lesson: power itself is neutral. It's the wielder that matters. And you're trying to determine what kind of wielder I am. I'm trying to determine if you're a threat to the people I've sworn to protect. Bones' voice was hard. Susan believes you're not. I hope she's right. But I'll be watching, Mr. Potter. And if you become a danger, you'll do what you have to do. Harry nodded. I'd expect nothing less. Something shifted in Bones' expression, not quite approval, but perhaps the beginning of respect. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot. I imagine you do. She rose, brushing off her robes. A word of advice, Mr. Potter, the Ministry has long memories and longer grudges. Whatever you're planning, be careful whose toes you step on. Some of them bite back. Thank you for the warning. Bones walked away without another word, leaving Harry alone on the bench with one more piece of the puzzle to consider. The Ministry was watching. The Luminari were hunting. Voldemort was regrouping somewhere in the shadows. And Harry Potter, 12 years old, sat in the summer sun and plotted his survival. The rest of July passed in a blur of training and preparation. Harry had established a routine: mornings for physical exercise and magical practice, afternoons for reading and research, evenings for correspondence and planning. The Dursleys, still terrified of whatever had visited Vernon 2 years ago, left him completely alone. His friends wrote regularly. Daphne's letters were filled with political analysis and subtle expressions of concern disguised as strategic advice. Neville's were rambling accounts of his garden experiments, occasionally interrupted by excited reports of magical plants responding to his unconscious direction. Blaise sent sardonic observations about pureblood society and thinly veiled requests for information. Tracy's letters were short but warm, full of the kind of ordinary news that reminded Harry what normal life looked like. And Luna Lovegood, who had apparently decided they were friends despite having barely spoken, sent increasingly bizarre drawings of creatures that might or might not exist, accompanied by notes like, "The Nargles say you're very interesting," and "Don't trust the heliopaths." Harry found himself looking forward to Luna's letters more than he'd expected. The shadows brought him other news as well. Whispers from across Britain, fragments of conversation from dark places. The Luminari were mobilizing, though Solarius remained absent from the country. Voldemort had fled to Albania again, possessing animals and the occasional unwary traveler, too weak to act directly but too stubborn to die. And somewhere in the ministry, people were asking questions about the boy who lifts unusual abilities. Harry collected information like a dragon hoarding gold, filing it away for future use. Knowledge was power, and power was survival. August brought a visitor. Harry was practicing shadow walking in the park near Privet Drive, slipping from one patch of shade to another, testing the limits of his range, when he felt a presence watching him. Not hostile, exactly, but interested in a way that made his instincts twitch. He stepped out of the shadows near a large oak tree and waited. "You've improved significantly." Dumbledore emerged from behind the tree, wearing a purple suit that would have been ridiculous on anyone else and somehow worked on him. His eyes held none of their usual twinkle. "Headmaster. I wasn't expecting you." "No, I imagine not." Dumbledore gestured to a nearby bench, a different one from where he'd spoken with Bones, but similar enough to feel like a pattern. "May we talk?" They sat. The shadows gathered protectively around Harry, but he kept them from manifesting visibly. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Several, actually. I placed you with the Dursleys believing the blood protection would keep you safe, but I failed to ensure they treated you well. I left you ignorant of your heritage, your fame, your destiny. And when you arrived at Hogwarts, I watched and analyzed rather than speaking to you directly." Harry waited, sensing there was more. "I told myself I was being cautious. That you needed space to develop naturally. That intervention might push you toward the darkness faster than letting you find your own path." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "In truth, I was afraid. I've seen what shadow sovereigns can become. I've read the histories, studied the patterns. And I didn't want to face the possibility that I might have to stop you someday. Like Solarius wants to. Aldrich and I have different methods, but our concerns overlap." Dumbledore turned to face Harry fully. "He believes you will inevitably become a monster. I believe you have a chance to be something else entirely, a bridge between worlds rather than a door through which darkness pours. But I cannot help you reach that potential if I keep treating you like a problem to be managed." "What are you proposing? Partnership? Or as close to it as a headmaster and student can manage?" Dumbledore's eyes finally regained some of their characteristic sparkle. "I will share what I know about the Shadow Sovereigns, the Luminari, and the threats you face. In return, I ask only that you trust me enough to warn me if you feel yourself slipping towards something dangerous." Harry considered the offer. It was more than he'd expected from Dumbledore, an admission of fault and a proposal for genuine cooperation. But he'd learned not to accept anything at face value. "What about the prophecy?" Dumbledore's expression flickered. "What do you know about that?" "Only that it exists. The shadows have heard whispers, but the full text is kept somewhere they can't reach. The Hall of Prophecy, yes. Heavily warded against intrusion of all kinds." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The prophecy concerns you and Voldemort. I had intended to tell you when you were older, but given our new understanding." He sighed. The short version, neither can live while the other survives. That's rather final. Yes. It means that eventually, one of you will have to destroy the other. I've spent years trying to determine how to give you the best chance in that confrontation. Dumbledore's voice held genuine regret. I should have told you sooner. I thought I was protecting you from the weight of destiny. Instead, I left you unprepared. Harry absorbed this. A prophecy of mutual destruction with Voldemort. It explained why the Dark Lord had targeted him as a baby, why their conflict felt inevitable rather than circumstantial. Why tell me now? Because you've proven you can handle difficult truths. Because you've faced Voldemort twice already and survived. And because... Dumbledore hesitated. Because I'm not as young as I once was, Harry. If something happens to me, you need to know what you're facing. Everything I've kept hidden, the prophecy, my plans, my failures, you deserve to understand the full picture. Harry looked at the old wizard, really looked, and saw past the carefully constructed persona for the first time. Dumbledore was ancient, carrying the weight of countless battles and terrible choices. He'd manipulated Harry's life from a distance, yes, but not out of cruelty. Out of fear, and love, and the desperate hope that he could guide events toward a better outcome. All right, Harry said. Partnership it is. But I have conditions. Name them. First, no more secrets about things that directly affect me. If you know something I need to know, tell me. Agreed. Second, if you ever believe I've become a threat, a genuine threat, not just a risk, tell me before you act. Give me a chance to prove you wrong. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Agreed, Harry. You have my word. Third. Harry hesitated, then pushed forward. The cloak you sent me. It's a deathly hallow, isn't it? The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Dumbledore's expression went carefully blank. The shadows told me, Harry continued. They can't see through it, which means it's something more than ordinary invisibility. And they recognized its nature, old magic, older than the Founders, connected to death itself. You are remarkably well informed. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Yes, the cloak of invisibility is one of the 3 deathly hallows. Your father inherited it from his ancestors, who received it. Well, that's a story for another time. Do you have the others? The question hung in the air. Dumbledore's hand twitched toward his robe, then stilled. I have the Elder Wand, he said finally. I won it in a duel, many years ago, from a dark wizard named Grindelwald. The 3rd hallow, the Resurrection Stone, is lost. Some believe it was destroyed, others think it's hidden somewhere, waiting to be found. Why does this matter? The hallows, I mean. Legend says that whoever unites all 3 becomes the master of death. Dumbledore's smile was thin. I once believed that meant immortality. Now I suspect it means something else entirely, an understanding of death's place in the natural order, perhaps, or the ability to move between worlds without losing oneself. The ability to move between worlds. Harry thought of the Shadow Realm, of his growing facility with stepping between planes of existence. Was there a connection? I think we have a lot to discuss, he said. Indeed we do. Dumbledore rose, his knees creaking audibly. But not today. I have pressing business at the Ministry, and you have a train to catch in a few weeks. We'll continue this conversation at Hogwarts. Headmaster. Harry stood as well. Thank you. For being honest. Thank you for listening. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled properly for the first time. And Harry? Happy birthday. He vanished with a soft pop, leaving Harry alone in the park with more questions than answers and a strange feeling in his chest that might have been hope. The Hogwarts Express seemed different this year. Harry found his usual compartment, the one near the back, where shadows gathered thick in the corners, but it filled quickly with familiar faces. Daphne arrived first, settling beside him with a nod that somehow conveyed, "I missed you," and "don't make a big deal of it," simultaneously. Neville appeared next, visibly taller and more confident than the nervous boy Harry had met 2 years ago. Tracy slipped in quietly, taking a seat by the window. Blaise made an entrance, because Blaise always made an entrance. And Luna Lovegood wandered in as if she'd always belonged there, sitting cross-legged on the floor and pulling out a magazine called The Quibbler that appeared to be upside down. "The Nargles are very active today," she announced. "They've infested the luggage rack." "I'll keep an eye out," Harry said gravely. "Oh, you can't see them." Luna's silvery eyes met his with unnerving directness. "But your shadows might be able to. They see lots of things most people can't." The compartment went quiet. Harry felt his friend's attention sharpen. They knew Luna could perceive his nature in ways others couldn't, but she rarely spoke of it so directly. "What else do my shadows see?" he asked carefully. "The things that hide in corners. The creatures that exist between heartbeats. The memories of darkness that go back further than the first sunrise." Luna turned a page of her upside-down magazine. "Also, there's a Raxbird on Blaise's shoulder, but that's not related." Blaise brushed at his shoulder instinctively, then scowled when he realized what he was doing. "She's having us on," he muttered. "Probably," Harry agreed. "But with Luna, you can never be entirely sure." Luna smiled serenely and continued reading. The sorting took forever. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, watching the new first-year stumble toward the hat, remembering his own sorting 2 years ago. The hat had screamed in his mind, terrified of what it found there. He wondered what it told the children it sorted now, whether it warned them about the monster in their midst. "Not a monster," the shadows protested. "Never a monster. You are becoming something beautiful." "That's what monsters always think they are," Harry replied silently. The feast passed in a blur of familiar foods and whispered conversations. The Slytherin table had changed since Harry's arrival, less openly hostile, more cautiously political. People no longer tried to challenge him directly, instead, they jockeyed for position in his orbit, seeking advantage without incurring risk. Draco Malfoy sat at the far end of the table, surrounded by his own small court, watching Harry with barely concealed resentment. Their rivalry had settled into cold détente over the past year, neither willing to strike first, neither willing to show weakness. Harry ignored him. There were bigger concerns. After the feast, Dumbledore made the usual announcements: forbidden forest, restricted corridors, no magic in hallways. Then he added something new. "It is my pleasure to announce that Hogwarts will host a very special event this year. But more on that later, when our guests arrive." His eyes twinkled with maddening mystery. "For now, I wish you all a wonderful year. Off to bed." "What guests?" Tracy wondered as they made their way to the dungeons. "No idea," Daphne said, but her eyes had that calculating look that meant her brain was already working through possibilities. Harry had a guess, but he kept it to himself. The shadows had heard whispers of something called the Triwizard Tournament being revived. If true, it would bring strangers to Hogwarts, strangers who might include Luminari agents or Voldemort servants. More enemies, he thought. Just what we needed. The year began quietly, which made Harry suspicious. He threw himself into classes with renewed focus. Second-year material was straightforward enough that he could master it while also pursuing his private studies. The books from the Shadow Vault proved invaluable, not for their combat applications, but for the context they provided. Shadow magic, he learned, was not a discipline but a relationship. The primordial shadow was not a pool of power to be drawn from but an entity to be negotiated with. Every use of shadow abilities involved a transaction: the darkness gave, and eventually, the darkness would expect to receive. "What does it want from me?" Harry asked during one of his nighttime meditations. "Connection," the shadows answered. "The primordial is lonely. It has been exiled from creation for eons uncounted. It wants to return, not to conquer, but to belong. You are its bridge back to existence. And the price of that bridge? Unknown. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. The primordial does not think in terms of cost and benefit. It simply is. And it wants to continue being. Harry filed that information away, along with all the other puzzle pieces he was collecting. October brought the announcement Harry had been expecting. The Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year, Dumbledore proclaimed to the assembled school. Delegations from Beauxbatons Academy and the Durmstrang Institute will arrive at the end of the month. One champion from each school will compete in 3 magical challenges for eternal glory, and 1,000 galleons in prize money. The great hall erupted in excited chatter. Harry watched the crowd's reaction with detached interest, noting who seemed eager and who seemed calculating. "You're thinking about entering," Daphne murmured. "I'm thinking about who else might enter, and why." Harry's eyes found Dumbledore at the staff table. The headmaster met his gaze briefly, then looked away. "A tournament like this is the perfect cover for unexpected events." "You suspect sabotage?" "I suspect everything. It's kept me alive this long." When the foreign delegations arrived, Beauxbatons in a flying carriage, Durmstrang in a ghost ship, Harry studied them with careful attention. The French students seemed largely unremarkable, though their headmistress, a half-giant named Madame Maxime, was interesting for personal reasons. The Durmstrang students were different. They moved like soldiers, their eyes never quite resting, their wands always close to hand. Their headmaster, a man named Karkaroff, had the look of someone who'd betrayed people and expected to be betrayed in return. And among the Durmstrang students was a familiar face, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian Quidditch star, whose brooding presence made half the school swoon. "He's good," Blaise observed. "At Quidditch, I mean. But there's something else there. Watch how he moves, he's been trained for more than sports." Harry had noticed the same thing. Krum carried himself like a fighter, not an athlete. Whatever else he was, the famous seeker was more than he appeared. The Goblet of Fire was lit on Halloween. Harry watched students line up to submit their names, mostly 7th years, though a few ambitious 6th years tried their luck. The goblet evaluated each slip of paper, accepting some, rejecting others, glowing with an eerie blue flame that made the shadows dance. He had no intention of entering. The tournament was a distraction, and he had too many real problems to solve. Which made it all the more alarming when, the following evening, the goblet spat out a 4th name. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. Every eye turned toward the Slytherin table, where Harry sat frozen with shock that was entirely genuine. He hadn't submitted his name. He hadn't even considered it. But the goblet had spoken, and magical contracts were not easily broken. Harry Potter. Dumbledore called again, his voice strained. Harry rose slowly, feeling the weight of 1,000 stares. The shadows pressed close, anxious and protective, but he kept them from manifesting. Whatever was happening, he needed to understand it before he reacted. He walked toward the front of the hall, past the confused champions from each school, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, Victor Krum from Durmstrang. Past the muttering students and the scandalized staff. Into the antechamber where, he knew, accusations and recriminations waited. "Someone entered my name," he told the shadows. "Find out who." The darkness scattered through the castle, searching for answers. Harry stepped through the door to face whatever came next. The antechamber was chaos. Madame Maxime was shouting in French, demanding to know how "this little boy" had fooled an ancient artifact. Karkaroff was pale with fury, hissing about cheating and dark magic. Cedric Diggory stood to one side, looking betrayed. Fleur Delacour examined Harry with cold assessment. Krum watched silently, his expression unreadable. And Dumbledore stood in the center of it all, his face grave. "Harry," the headmaster said quietly, "did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No." Harry's voice was steady. I didn't enter, and I don't want to compete. He's lying. Karkaroff spat. He's found some way to circumvent the age line, I assure you, Igor, Mr. Potter is telling the truth. A new voice cut through the noise, Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, emerging from the shadows by the fireplace. I can see no deception in his demeanor. Then how do you explain, someone else entered his name? Crouch's voice was clipped and efficient. Someone who wanted to force Mr. Potter into a binding magical contract. The question is, to what end? The tournament is dangerous, Harry said slowly, working through the implications. The tasks are designed to challenge adult wizards. Forcing a fourth year into the competition would be, testing him. Or trying to kill him. You see conspiracies everywhere, Potter, Karkaroff sneered. Because conspiracies exist everywhere. Harry met the former Death Eater's eyes without flinching. Don't they, Professor Karkaroff? Something flickered in Karkaroff's expression, fear, quickly suppressed. He knew Harry knew what he was, what he'd been. The knowledge hung between them like a drawn blade. Enough. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. Mr. Potter must compete. The goblet's contract is binding, refusal would cost him his magic. But I will personally ensure every possible protection is in place. That's hardly fair to the other champions, Maxime protested. Nothing about this situation is fair, Ollimp. Dumbledore's tone brooked no argument. We must make the best of circumstances someone else has engineered. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the inevitable. When's the first task? November 24th. Crouch consulted a parchment. Champions will face the challenge without prior knowledge of its nature. Wonderful. Harry turned toward the door. If there's nothing else, I should probably start preparing for the unknown. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him. A word, please. Privately. The others filed out, some reluctantly, some angrily, all casting suspicious glances at Harry as they left. When the room was empty except for the headmaster, Dumbledore cast several privacy spells and sighed heavily. Someone is trying to kill you. I'd gathered that. I have suspicions about who, but no proof yet. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. I've added you to the tournament's protection wards, for what little that's worth. But the tasks themselves are designed to be dangerous. Whoever arranged this wanted you in harm's way. Voldemort? Possibly. Though this seems more subtle than his usual methods. Dumbledore paused. There's another possibility. The Luminari sometimes arrange accidents for those they've marked for death. A tournament death would be far less suspicious than an assassination. Harry considered this. It made a certain terrible sense. Let the boy die fighting a dragon or drowning in a lake, and the Luminari's hands stayed clean. Can you find out who submitted my name? I'm trying. The goblet's records are encrypted, and the magic involved is extraordinarily complex. Give me time. Time is exactly what I don't have. Harry moved toward the door. I need to talk to my friends. They'll be worried. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Whatever happens, you're not alone in this. I know. Harry looked back, and for a moment, the weight of everything he was facing showed in his young face. But sometimes being not alone isn't enough. He left before Dumbledore could respond. The Slytherin common room was a battleground of whispered speculation. Harry entered to find every eye on him, some hostile, some curious, most calculating. He ignored them all, making for his usual chair by the fire, where his friends had already gathered in a protective circle. Well? Daphne demanded. I didn't enter. Someone else did. I have to compete anyway or lose my magic. Harry collapsed into the chair, suddenly exhausted. And at least one person in this castle is probably trying to kill me. Only one. Blaze's attempt at humor fell flat. That seems almost optimistic for you. Blaise. Daphne's voice cracked like a whip. Not now. Sorry. Neville leaned forward, his face pale but determined. What do you need from us? Information. Research. Whatever you can find about the Triwizard Tournament's history, especially any tasks that have killed or injured champions. Harry rubbed his eyes. And watch my back. Whoever did this might try again if the tournament doesn't finish the job. I can help with that, Luna said quietly. She'd appeared at some point, Harry wasn't sure when, and now sat cross-legged on the floor, her usual dreamy expression replaced by something sharper. The shadows told me things while you were gone. There's someone in the castle who shouldn't be here. Someone wearing another person's face. The room went very still. What do you mean? Harry asked carefully. Polyjuice. Or something like it. Luna's eyes were distant. The shadows can't see through the disguise completely, but they know something's wrong. The person's magic doesn't match their body. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Someone in disguise, in the castle, while he was being forced into a deadly competition. That couldn't be coincidence. Can you narrow it down? Staff, student, visitor? Not yet. The shadows are still looking. Luna smiled faintly. They like me now, you know. They didn't at first, I could see them, and that scared them. But they've decided I'm useful. You see the shadows? I see lots of things. Luna's voice was matter-of-fact. Most people don't believe me, so I stopped telling them. But your shadows are real. The creatures in the corners are real. Most of what I see is real, it's the world that's confused, not me. Harry looked at this strange girl with new appreciation. He'd known Luna was perceptive, he hadn't realized she was a genuine seer of sorts, able to perceive things that existed outside normal reality. Luna, you're brilliant. I know. She picked up her upside-down magazine and resumed reading. The Rotfong conspiracy is also real, by the way. Just in case anyone was wondering. What's the Rotfong? Tracy began. Don't ask, Daphne said wearily. Trust me. November arrived with bitter cold and mounting tension. Harry threw himself into preparation with single-minded intensity. He couldn't know what the first task would be, but he could expand his capabilities, push the limits of his shadow magic, practice spells that might be useful in combat, train his body to handle physical stress. His friends helped where they could. Daphne researched historical tournament challenges, building a list of possible threats. Neville's plant magic turned out to be valuable for healing, he could grow remedies in minutes that would normally take weeks to cultivate. Blaise cultivated contacts among the foreign students, listening for useful gossip. Tracy handled logistics, making sure Harry ate and slept despite his tendency to forget both. And Luna watched the shadows, reporting when the disguised person moved through the castle, though she still couldn't identify who they were. The night before the first task, Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, looking out over the moonlit grounds. The November wind cut through his robes, but the cold didn't bother him, the shadows kept him comfortable. Are you ready? They asked. No. But I'll manage. We will help. Whatever comes, we will help. Harry smiled thinly. That was the problem, wasn't it? He could reach deeper into the darkness, draw more power, become more than human. But every step in that direction was a step away from the friends who'd stood by him, the humanity he was trying to preserve. Can't sleep. He turned to find Cedric Diggory climbing the final steps to the tower. The Hufflepuff looked exhausted but determined. Something like that. Cedric joined him at the railing, staring out at the night. I've been meaning to talk to you. About the tournament. If you're going to accuse me of cheating, no. Cedric shook his head. I know you didn't enter yourself. Anyone with eyes can see you didn't want this. But there's something you should know. He hesitated. The first task is dragons. Harry went very still. How do you know that? Hagrid showed me. He thought he was being subtle, but... Cedric shrugged. I'm telling you because it's only fair. We're both Hogwarts champions, whatever the circumstances. And I don't want to win by letting you walk into something blind. Harry studied the older boy, searching for deception and finding none. Cedric Diggory was exactly what he appeared to be, honorable, brave, genuinely good. He reminds me of what I might have been, Harry thought, if the shadows hadn't chosen me. Thank you, he said. That's more than I expected. Just don't die, Potter. Whatever else happens, I don't want your death on my conscience. Cedric left. Harry remained on the tower, thinking about dragons and honor and the strange twist of fate that had made an enemy his ally and a competition his battleground. Dragons, the shadows mused. Creatures of fire and light. Dangerous. Yes, Harry agreed. But not impossible. He began to plan. The morning of the first task dawned grey and cold. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the roar of the crowd beyond the canvas walls. The other champions paced or sat in tense silence, Fleur pale but composed, Crumb stoic, Cedric trying to project a confidence he clearly didn't feel. A ministry official explained the rules. Each champion would face a dragon guarding a golden egg. The egg contained a clue to the second task. Success was measured by retrieving the egg, survival was assumed but not guaranteed. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed, because of course he did. Someone definitely wants me dead, he thought. When his turn came, he stepped into the arena and faced the nightmare. The horntail was massive, 40 feet of scales and spines and fury. It crouched over its nest, where the golden egg gleamed among real dragon eggs, and watched Harry with intelligent malice. Fire flickered at the corners of its mouth. The crowd held its breath. Harry didn't move toward the dragon. He didn't raise his wand or cast a spell. He simply stood there, reaching out with his shadow senses, feeling the shape of the arena. The horntail was fire and light, yes. But it also cast an enormous shadow. Harry stepped into that shadow. The crowd gasped as he vanished from sight. The dragon roared, confused, spinning to search for its disappeared enemy. Fire blasted across the arena, scorching stone, but Harry wasn't where the flames struck. He emerged from the darkness directly beside the nest, grabbed the golden egg, and stepped back into shadow before the horntail could react. When he reappeared at the arena entrance, egg in hand, the dragon was still searching for him. Total time, 17 seconds. The silence lasted for a long, frozen moment. Then the crowd erupted. The judges conferred in obvious confusion. What Harry had done wasn't illegal, the rules said nothing about how champions had to retrieve the egg, but it also wasn't what anyone expected. In the end, they gave him high marks for speed and creativity, with deductions for lack of visible magical technique. Harry didn't care about the scores. He cared about survival, and survival he'd achieved. But there was a price. He felt it as he walked back to the castle, a hollow echo in his chest where warmth should have been. The shadow walking had come easily, too easily, and something had shifted inside him in the process. The merging accelerates, the shadows whispered. Each time you reach for us, we become more of you. You become more of us. I know, Harry replied. But I had no choice. There is always a choice. That's what makes it meaningful. His friends swarmed him outside the great hall, full of congratulations and questions and relief. Daphne's hug lasted a beat longer than necessary. Neville pumped his hand enthusiastically. Tracy was crying and laughing simultaneously. Blaise looked genuinely impressed for once. Luna smiled knowingly and said nothing. That was bloody incredible, someone said, a Gryffindor Harry didn't know, pushing through the crowd. The way you just disappeared. More students gathered, voices overlapping, hands reaching to touch him as if he were a talisman. Harry felt his heart rate climb, the shadows rising in response to his discomfort. "Back off," Daphne commanded, her voice cutting through the noise. "Give him space." The crowd reluctantly parted. Harry nodded his thanks and let Daphne guide him toward the dungeons, away from the overwhelming attention. "You're shaking," she observed quietly. The crowd. It was, a lot. That's not all of it. Her eyes were sharp, seeing past his deflection. "Something happened in the arena. Something you're not telling us." Harry wanted to lie, to reassure her, to pretend everything was fine. But he'd promised honesty to his allies, and Daphne had earned the truth. "Every time I use the shadow magic, I become less human," he said softly. "It's not dramatic, not yet, but I can feel the difference. Today, I reached deeper than I ever have before. And something changed." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. They'd reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, but neither moved to enter. "Do you regret it?" "No. I did what I had to do." Harry met her eyes. "But I'm scared. Not of dying, that would almost be simpler. I'm scared of becoming something that doesn't remember why humanity matters." "Then remember." Daphne took his hand, her grip firm. "Remember us. Remember why you're fighting. Remember what you want to protect." She stepped closer. "I'll remind you if you forget." Harry felt something ease in his chest. The shadows didn't retreat, but they settled, as if Daphne's presence soothed them too. "Thank you. Don't thank me yet." Her smile was sharp. "We still have 2 tasks to survive. And someone in this castle still wants you dead." The golden egg screamed. Harry had opened it in a common room, expecting a clue, and instead gotten an ear-splitting shriek that made windows rattle and shadows writhe in pain. He'd slammed it shut immediately, but the damage was done. "That was pleasant," Blaze said dryly, cleaning his ear with a finger. "There's a message in there somewhere." Harry examined the egg, noting the hinges and the way it was designed to open. "Just not one we can hear properly in air." "What do you mean?" But Luna was nodding. "Mermish. They communicate in a language that only sounds right underwater." Harry looked at her. "How do you know that?" "The lake told me." Luna's tone suggested this was perfectly normal. "It's quite chatty, actually. You should visit sometime." Harry made a mental note to explore the lake through the shadows. If it contained mere people, they might be involved in the second task. The clue could wait, though. First, he needed to find out who had entered his name in the goblet. The imposter proved harder to identify than expected. Luna's shadows tracked the disguised person's movements through the castle, but whoever they were, they moved carefully, never staying long in one place, avoiding areas where Harry might encounter them. All the shadows could determine was that they spent significant time near the defense classroom. Harry thought about Professor Moody, who had taken the defense position this year. The Exorer was paranoid, scarred, and slightly mad, but that was hardly unusual for anyone who'd survived the war against Voldemort. He'd actually been helpful, in his gruff way, demonstrating curses and defenses that the Ministry preferred to pretend didn't exist. But Luna had said the imposter's magic didn't match their body. And Moody's magic felt strange. Off-key, like an instrument slightly out of tune. Harry started watching more carefully. December brought snow and the Yule Ball, which Harry would have happily ignored if not for the tournament requirement that champions participate. He asked Daphne to accompany him, a request she accepted with suspiciously little negotiation, and tried not to think about what that meant. The night of the ball, she wore silver and ice blue, her pale features striking against the dark colors. Harry, in simple black robes, felt utterly outclassed. "You look terrified," Daphne observed as they prepared to enter the Great Hall. "I don't dance." "Then we won't." She took his arm. "We'll make a single circuit, be seen by the appropriate people, and retreat to somewhere quieter." "Politics, Potter." It's not that different from shadow games, just with fancier clothes. The ball was exactly as tedious as Harry expected, too many people, too much noise, too many sidelong glances from students who couldn't decide if he was hero or villain. He endured the required dances, smiled at the necessary guests, and felt the evening drag like a physical weight. Until he noticed Moody slipping out a side door. "Be right back," he murmured to Daphne. Harry, but he was already moving, shadow-walking to the corridor outside the Great Hall and then following Moody's trail through the castle. The Exora moved fast for a man with a prosthetic leg, heading toward the defense office. Harry arrived just as Moody disappeared inside. He pressed himself against the wall, extending his shadow senses through the crack under the door. Voices. 2 of them, though the room should have contained only 1. "The boy suspects nothing," Moody's voice said. "He's focused on the tournament, as planned." "Good." A second voice, higher-pitched, oddly familiar. "The Dark Lord will be pleased. The final task will bring Potter to him, and then the Shadow King dies." Moody's voice took on an edge of savage satisfaction. "And we can stop hiding like rats." Harry withdrew, his heart pounding. The impostor was Moody, or rather, whoever was pretending to be Moody. And they were working for Voldemort, planning to use the tournament to deliver Harry to his enemy. He needed to tell Dumbledore. But first, he needed proof, something more than shadows whispering through doors. He returned to the ball, found Daphne, and pulled her aside. "We have a problem." The investigation that followed was delicate and dangerous. Harry couldn't accuse Moody directly without revealing his shadow abilities, which would raise questions he didn't want to answer. Instead, he worked through channels, dropping hints to Dumbledore, having his friends gather evidence, watching and waiting for the impostor to slip up. The break came in February, when Luna noticed something crucial. "His hip flask," she said during one of their study sessions. "He drinks from it constantly, every hour on the hour." Polyjuice lasts about that long, doesn't it? Harry felt pieces clicking into place. Polyjuice potion, requiring constant doses to maintain the disguise. An impostor in the castle, feeding intelligence to Voldemort. The tournament as a trap. "We need to get that flask," he said. The plan was simple: create a distraction, steal the flask, analyze its contents. But simple plans had a way of becoming complicated. On the night they chose to act, everything went wrong. The distraction, Neville's plants going wild in the greenhouse, worked perfectly. Harry's shadow walked into Moody's office while the impostor was dealing with the chaos. He found the flask on the desk, grabbed it, and was halfway to the door when magic slammed into him from behind. "Did you think I wouldn't ward against intruders?" Moody's voice. No, not Moody's, the voice behind the mask. "Especially shadow-walking intruders." Harry spun, wand raised, but the impostor was already casting. Chains of light erupted from nowhere, wrapping around Harry's limbs, burning where they touched. "The Dark Lord suspected you might discover me eventually." The impostor's face was wrong now, flickering, the polyjuice wearing off. "He gave me very specific instructions about what to do if you did." "Who are you?" Harry demanded, fighting the burning chains. "Does it matter?" The face continued to change, revealing someone younger, with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. "I'm the one who brought you to the Dark Lord's attention. I'm the one who entered your name. And I'm the one who'll deliver you to him." The man raised his wand. Harry stopped fighting the chains and reached through them instead. The light burned, seared, made him scream, but shadows didn't care about pain. They cared about their king. Darkness exploded from every corner of the room. The chains shattered. The impostor stumbled back, suddenly uncertain. Harry didn't give him time to recover. He tackled the man physically, wrestling his wand away, pinning him to the ground with shadowborn strength. "Who are you?" Barty Crouch Jr., the man laughed despite his position. "You thought I was dead." Everyone did. But the Dark Lord knows how to cheat death. Harry's blood ran cold. Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater supposedly dead in Azkaban, somehow escaped, somehow disguised as an Auror. No wonder the plan had worked so well. What was the trap? Harry demanded. How was the tournament supposed to deliver me to Voldemort? The third task. Crouch's smile was disturbing. The Triwizard Cup is a portkey. It will take you directly to him, far from Hogwarts, far from protection. And then the ritual will begin. What ritual? The one that requires your blood, Shadow King. Crouch's eyes gleamed. The Dark Lord has found a way to use what you are. Your blood, freely given or taken by force, will allow him to return stronger than before. Strong enough to survive even the shadows. Before Harry could respond, the door burst open. Dumbledore and several professors rushed in, wands blazing, taking in the scene with shock. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said carefully, please step away from Professor Moody. It's not Moody. Harry rose, keeping his wand trained on Crouch. It's Barty Crouch Jr. under Polyjuice. He's been feeding information to Voldemort all year. The tournament is a trap. What followed was chaos, Crouch's capture, his interrogation under Veritaserum, the revelation of Voldemort's plan. By the time dawn broke, the whole terrible scheme was laid bare. And Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, exhausted, burned by light magic, more shadow than human but somehow still himself. You've saved many lives tonight, Dumbledore said quietly. The tournament will be suspended. Voldemort's plan has been foiled. Until he tries again. Until he tries again, Dumbledore agreed. But we'll be ready. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the shadows settle around him like armor. They'd proven themselves tonight, proven that he could use them without losing himself entirely. But Crouch's words echoed in his mind, the Dark Lord has found a way to use what you are. Whatever Voldemort was planning, it specifically required Harry's blood. The blood of the Shadow King. This was far from over. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, the court assembles. The Gringotts cart plummeted through darkness so absolute that even Harry's shadow sight struggled to penetrate it. Down and down they went, past vaults that radiated age and malice, past underground rivers that had never seen starlight, past things that moved in the deep places and turned curious eyes toward the cart as it passed. Griphook sat beside him, expression unreadable in the non-light. The shadow vaults are the deepest in Gringotts, the goblin said. Deeper than the Lestrange vault. Deeper than the Founder's reserves. Only one set of vaults lies below yours. Whose? We do not speak of them. Griphook's tone suggested the topic was closed. You requested a full accounting of your inheritance. The clerks have prepared documentation, but some things must be seen to be understood. The cart stopped with a screech of metal on stone. They had arrived at a platform carved from black rock, lit by torches that burned with shadow flame, fire that produced darkness instead of light, somehow illuminating by contrast. Harry stepped onto the platform and felt the vault complex respond to his presence. Doors that had been sealed for millennia trembled. Wards that had waited 3,000 years recognized their master's return. The primary vault you visited last summer contains wealth and artifacts, Griphook explained, leading him down a corridor lined with sealed doors. But the Shadow King's inheritance includes more than gold. There are 7 vaults in total, each serving a different purpose. They stopped at the first door. Griphook gestured, and Harry pressed his hand against the stone. The door dissolved, revealing a library. Shelves stretched into darkness in every direction, filled with books and scrolls and tablets of stone and metal. Knowledge accumulated across 3,000 years of shadow sovereigns, magic, history, philosophy, the secrets of 100 fallen empires. The Vault of Knowing, Griphook said. Every Shadow King added to its collection. The last entry was made by Sovereign Malachar, shortly before his death. Harry walked among the shelves, trailing his fingers across ancient spines. The books whispered to him, eager to share their contents, promising power and understanding beyond mortal comprehension. He pulled back. Not yet. He wasn't ready for what these texts contained. Next vault. The second vault held weapons, blades forged in darkness, staves that channeled shadow, armor that seemed to drink in light. Harry recognized the crown of shadows on its pedestal, still waiting for him to claim it. The Vault of War. Every implement used by a shadow sovereign in battle. Some are cursed. Most are dangerous. All are powerful. Harry examined a sword that seemed to be made of crystallized night. When he touched the hilt, it sang to him, promising death to his enemies, glory in battle, the intoxicating rush of combat. He set it down carefully. Next. The third vault made Harry's breath catch. It was a mausoleum. Stone sarcophagi lined the walls, each bearing a name in an ancient script that the shadows translated for him. Malachar. Seraphina. Voreth. Countless others, stretching back to the first shadow sovereign, whose name had been forgotten even by the darkness. The Vault of the Fallen. Every shadow king who died with their body intact was interred here. Their remains still hold power, shadow magic doesn't fade, even in death. Harry approached the nearest sarcophagus, Malachar's, according to the inscription. The stone was cold under his palm, but something stirred within. Not life, not quite death, but a presence that recognized him. Air, it whispered. True air. We have waited so long. They're not entirely dead, are they? The shadows preserve what they touch. Griphook's voice was carefully neutral. In times of great need, the fallen can be consulted. But the cost is significant. Harry filed that information away and moved on. The fourth vault contained treaties, contracts, agreements, the diplomatic history of the shadow sovereigns, their alliances and betrayals, their negotiations with creatures and kingdoms long since vanished. The fifth held creatures, living shadows bound to serve, some sleeping, some watching him with ancient eyes that held intelligence and hunger in equal measure. The sixth was empty except for a single mirror that showed not Harry's reflection but something else, a vast darkness, patient and aware, that turned its attention toward him when he approached. The primordial shadow, he realized. This is how they communicated with it. He didn't linger. The seventh vault was locked with wards even Harry couldn't penetrate. Griphook explained that it required not just the Shadow King's blood but their full acceptance of the throne, a coronation of sorts that Harry wasn't ready to undertake. What's inside? The throne of night itself. The seat of shadow, from which all darkness flows. Griphook's eyes glittered. When you claim it, you will no longer be Harry Potter who wields shadow magic. You will be the Shadow King, fully and completely. The transformation will be irreversible. Harry looked at the sealed door for a long moment, feeling the power that pulsed behind it. Absolute authority over darkness. The ability to reshape reality according to his will. Everything the primordial shadow had promised, waiting for him to reach out and take it. Not yet, he said finally. I'm not ready. Wise. Griphook almost smiled. Your predecessors were often too eager. It is why they fell. They returned to the surface as the sun was setting, painting Diagon Alley in shades of gold and crimson. Harry emerged from Gringotts with a leather satchel containing books from the Vault of Knowing, carefully selected texts on intermediate shadow techniques and the history of the Luminari. Nothing too dangerous. Nothing that might accelerate the transformation he was trying to control. Daphne was waiting at Fortescue's, their agreed meeting point. She looked up from her ice cream as he approached, her expression shifting from casual to concerned in an instant. You look terrible. Thanks. Harry collapsed into the chair across from her. The vaults were a lot. Tell me. He did, describing each vault, what it contained, the choices it represented. Daphne listened without interrupting, her ice cream melting forgotten as she absorbed the implications. 7 vaults, she said when he finished. And you can only access 6 without fully committing to the throne. The 7th is the point of no return. Once I claim it, I stop being human entirely. And you're not ready for that. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. Harry stared at the table. The power is incredible. I could feel it, Daphne. Everything the Shadow Sovereigns ever wielded, waiting for me. The knowledge, the weapons, the army of shadow creatures. I could become unstoppable. But I'd lose myself in the process. The transformation isn't just physical, it's fundamental. The person who sits on the throne of night wouldn't be Harry Potter anymore. He'd be something older, colder, more shadow than human. Harry looked up, meeting her eyes. And I like being human. I like having friends, feeling things, caring about people. I don't want to trade that for power. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand. That's why you'll be different, she said softly. The other sovereigns wanted power. You want connection. As long as you keep wanting that, as long as you keep choosing us over the throne, you won't lose yourself. You sound very certain. I am. Her grip tightened. Because I refuse to let you go. The train back to Hogwarts carried a different energy than usual. The news of the Triwizard Tournament's cancellation had spread through the wizarding world over the summer, along with whispered stories about why. Harry Potter had unmasked a Death Eater imposter. Harry Potter had foiled a plot by He Who Must Not Be Named. Harry Potter was either a hero or a dangerous dark wizard, depending on who you asked. The compartment was crowded: Daphne, Neville, Luna, Blaise, Tracy, and a new addition, Susan Bones, who had apparently decided that her aunt's interest in Harry meant she should investigate personally. Auntie's been asking a lot of questions about you, Susan said without preamble. About your abilities, your allies, your plans. She's not sure if you're a threat or an asset. And you're here to find out which? I'm here because you're interesting. Susan's smile was sharp, not Daphne sharp, but with its own edge. And because Tracy says you're worth knowing. She's usually right about people. Tracy flushed slightly but nodded. Susan's good, Harry. Practical. She'd be useful. Harry studied the newcomer, red hair, solid build, the kind of face that suggested honesty even when the owner was lying. Susan Bones had grown up in the shadow of her aunt's reputation, learning politics and investigation from the head of the DMLE herself. What do you want? He asked directly. Access. Information. A seat at whatever table you're building. Susan met his gaze without flinching. I know you're accumulating power and allies. I know something big is coming, the tournament plot proved that much. I'd rather be inside your circle than outside it when things go wrong. That's remarkably candid. My aunt taught me that honesty is the best manipulation. People expect lies, so truth catches them off guard. Harry laughed despite himself. All right. You're in, provisionally. Prove yourself useful, and we'll talk about something more permanent. Fair enough. Luna looked up from her magazine. The Nargles approve of her. They're usually good judges of character. Thanks, Susan said uncertainly. I think. Third year at Hogwarts began with whispers. Harry was used to being watched, but this was different. Students tracked his movements through the corridors with a mixture of fear and fascination. Professors treated him with new wariness. Even the portraits seemed to follow him with unusual attention. The story of his confrontation with Crouch Jr. had spread beyond what Harry intended. Details had been embellished, abilities exaggerated. Some versions had him summoning demons to fight the Death Eater. Others claimed he'd read Crouch's mind and driven him mad with shadow magic. The truth was almost mundane by comparison. You're becoming a legend, Blaise observed during their first study session. That's useful, but it's also dangerous. Legends attract attention from people who want to tear them down. Or people who want to study them, Daphne added. I've intercepted 3 letters this week from researchers requesting interviews about your unique magical talents. Burn them. Already done. But the interest won't go away. You've demonstrated abilities that haven't been seen in centuries. People want to understand how you do it, and whether they can replicate it. Harry thought about the Luminari, who had spent millennia studying shadow sovereigns in order to destroy them. Let them wonder. The less they know about my actual capabilities, the better. Agreed. But we should also consider selective revelation. Daphne's expression was calculating. Controlled demonstrations of power can be useful. Show people enough to be impressed, not enough to be threatened. You want me to perform? I want you to manage your reputation. Right now, you're a mystery. Mysteries attract investigation. If we shape the narrative instead, then people see what we want them to see. Harry nodded slowly. What did you have in mind? The opportunity came sooner than expected. 2 weeks into term, a group of 7th-year Gryffindors decided that Harry Potter needed to be taken down a peg. They cornered him in an empty corridor after dinner, wands drawn, faces twisted with righteous anger. You think you're so special, the leader spat. Marcus Fletchley, a prefect whose younger brother Harry had apparently humiliated at some point, though he couldn't remember the details. Walking around like you own the castle, gathering followers like some kind of dark lord. Harry didn't reach for his wand. He didn't need to. I'm not looking for trouble, he said calmly. Too bad. Trouble found you. Fletchley raised his wand. Someone needs to remind you that you're just a student like the rest of us. Stupefy. Harry let the spell come. At the last moment, he stepped sideways, not into another spot in the corridor, but through the wall itself, shadow-walking into the stone and emerging behind the group. That was rude, he said mildly. They spun, firing curses wildly. Harry dodged by sliding into shadows, appearing and disappearing at will, never staying in one place long enough to be targeted. It wasn't combat, it was a demonstration, exactly as Daphne had suggested. Stop! Fletchley shouted, panic edging into his voice. Stop moving and fight properly. Why would I do that? Harry emerged from the shadow of a torch bracket, directly in front of the prefect. You came looking for a fight with someone you thought was weaker. You found something else instead. He reached out and placed one finger on Fletchley's forehead. The prefect's eyes rolled back. He crumpled, unconscious, without Harry casting a single spell. The other Gryffindors stared in horror. He'll wake up in an hour with a headache and no memory of the last few minutes, Harry said conversationally. I'd appreciate if you'd explain to him that this was a misunderstanding. I really don't want to repeat the lesson. They fled, dragging their unconscious leader with them. Harry watched them go, then smiled slightly. By morning, the entire school would know what had happened, and the story would be exactly what he needed it to be. Dangerous but controlled. Powerful but restrained. Nicely done, the shadows whispered. Daphne's idea, Harry admitted. I'm just the performer. The aftermath was everything Daphne predicted. The 7th years who'd attacked Harry were too embarrassed to report the incident officially, but word spread through the student grapevine within hours. By the next morning, 3 different versions of the story were circulating, each more dramatic than the last. I heard he turned into shadow completely, a 3rd-year Ravenclaw whispered at breakfast. Like, his whole body dissolved and then reformed somewhere else. My sister says he put the prefect to sleep just by looking at him, a Hufflepuff replied. No wand, no words, just, she mimed fainting. Harry ate his breakfast calmly, pretending not to hear. Beautifully managed, Daphne murmured. Intimidating but not malicious. You didn't hurt anyone seriously, you didn't escalate beyond what was necessary, and you demonstrated abilities that will make people think twice before challenging you. I feel like a politician. You are a politician. You just haven't accepted it yet. Harry thought about the shadow vaults, the accumulated power waiting for him, the throne he wasn't ready to claim. In a way, Daphne was right. He was already building a court, accumulating allies, managing his image. The only question was what kind of king he would become. Professor Lupin wants to see you, Neville said, sliding into the seat across from them. He asked me to pass along the message during herbology. Did he say what about? No, but he looked concerned. Harry exchanged glances with Daphne. Remus Lupin had taken the defense position this year, his third attempt, having previously been driven out by fear of his lycanthropy being discovered. Dumbledore had offered him the job again after the Crouch disaster, and Lupin had accepted with visible reluctance. Harry didn't know the werewolf well, but the shadows had shown him enough to understand. Lupin had been his father's friend, had loved his parents, and carried guilt about not doing more to protect Harry in the years after their death. I'll go see him tonight, Harry decided. Lupin's office smelled of chocolate and old books. The werewolf looked tired, the full moon was approaching, but his eyes were sharp as he gestured for Harry to sit. Thank you for coming. I know you're busy. You're my professor. It would be rude to refuse. Yes, well. Lupin's smile was wan. I'm also the man who should have visited you years ago and didn't. I owe you more apologies than I can offer. Harry waited. I was a coward, Lupin continued softly. After James and Lily died, I fell apart. I told myself you were better off with family, that I had nothing to offer a child. But the truth is, I was too wrapped up in my own grief to be there for you. I survived. You did more than survive. You've become something remarkable, and terrifying. Lupin's eyes searched Harry's face. That's what I wanted to talk about. The thing that's growing inside you. Harry went very still. What do you mean? I'm a werewolf. I know what it's like to share your body with something dark and hungry. To feel it growing stronger, wanting control, whispering that you'd be so much more if you just let go. Lupin leaned forward. I see the same struggle in you, Harry. And I wanted to offer, well, whatever help I can give. The shadows stirred uneasily, but Harry held them in check. This was genuine concern, not threat. How do you manage it? He asked. The wolf? Poorly, most of the time. Lupin's laugh held no humor. But I've learned a few things over the years. The beast isn't evil, it's just other. It has needs and instincts that don't align with human society. Fighting it directly makes things worse. The key is negotiation. Finding common ground. The primordial shadow isn't a wolf. No. It's something far older and more powerful. But the principle might still apply. Lupin hesitated. I've been reading about shadow sovereigns. The restricted section has more information than you might expect. From what I understand, the ones who lasted longest were those who maintained balance, human needs and shadow nature in equilibrium. The ones who lasted longest still died. Everyone dies, Harry. The question is how you live first. Lupin rose, moving to his bookshelf. I found this in my research. I thought you might benefit from it. He handed Harry a slim volume bound in black leather. The title was worn but readable, Meditations on Darkness, A Shadow Sovereign's Reflections. Who wrote this? Serafina, the one who founded the Luminari and later rejected them. According to historical records, she spent her final years studying the shadow sovereigns she'd killed, trying to understand what she'd done wrong. Lupin's expression was solemn. Her conclusions were considered heretical. Most copies were destroyed. This one survived in Hogwarts archives. Harry opened the book carefully, feeling the age of the pages, the weight of the knowledge they contained. Serafina's words seemed to rise from the text. The shadow is not an enemy to be conquered but a partner to be understood. We were wrong, so wrong, to wage war against the darkness. Light without shadow is blindness. Day without night is madness. And we, in our arrogance, tried to eliminate half of existence itself. Thank you, Harry said quietly. This is more than I expected. I failed you for years. Consider this a small start toward making amends. Lupin returned to his seat. My door is always open, Harry. Whatever you're facing, you don't have to face it alone. Harry nodded and left, the book tucked carefully in his robes and a strange warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with shadow magic. October brought familiar challenges. The Dementor presence around Hogwarts had increased, Ministry paranoia about escaped Death Eaters, according to official statements. But Harry felt the truth in his shadows, the creatures were drawn to him, sensing the primordial's touch, hovering at the edges of the wards like moths around a flame. They were made from your domain, the shadows reminded him. Corrupted reflections of shadow, broken and hungry. They recognize their king. I won't command them, Harry replied firmly. They're too damaged. Using them would mean feeding them. Then they will continue to suffer. Is that mercy? It was a question Harry couldn't answer. The Dementor's presence had other effects too. They disrupted his shadow walking, making it harder to slip between locations. They interfered with his sensing, creating blind spots in his awareness. And worst of all, they affected his friends. Neville had been attacked during a walk near the edge of the grounds, not directly, but the creature's presence had overwhelmed him with memories of his parents' fate, leaving him shaking and pale for hours afterward. Tracy had nightmares that left her afraid to sleep. Even Daphne's composure cracked when she got too close to the Quidditch pitch during a patrol. This can't continue, Susan said during one of their evening meetings. The school is supposed to be safe, and these things are making it a prison. The Ministry won't recall them, Blaise pointed out. They're too useful as political theater, showing the public they're doing something about security. Then we need another solution. Harry had been thinking about this for days, wrestling with the implications. I can affect them. I can feel their connection to the shadows, the way they're drawn to my presence. If I reached out. You said you wouldn't command them, Daphne interrupted. I won't. But I might be able to redirect them. Push them away from the areas we need to protect without actually controlling them. Is that safe? Probably not. But neither is letting them continue to terrorize our friends. He attempted it that night, alone on the astronomy tower. The Dementors drifted at the edge of the wards, a ring of cold and despair that Harry could feel without looking. He reached out with his shadow senses, touching the tattered edges of their existence. They responded immediately, turning toward him, pressing against the wards, hungry for the feast his presence promised. King, they whispered. Master. Feed us. Command us. Let us serve. No, Harry thought firmly. I won't feed you. But I will ask you to move. Confusion rippled through the creatures. They weren't used to negotiation. There are students here, Harry continued. Children. They don't deserve your attention. Move your patrol farther from the castle. Stay away from the grounds. Hunt elsewhere. But we hunger, the Dementors protested. Always hunger. The children's fear is sweet. Their pain is nourishing. I know. But you will not feed here. Not while I am present. He pushed, not with shadow magic, but with will. The authority of the primordials chosen, the command of a king to his twisted subjects. The Dementors resisted. They had been feeding on the school's fear for weeks, and they didn't want to give it up. Harry pushed harder. Something cracked. Not in the Dementors, in Harry. He felt the transformation accelerate, felt himself becoming more shadow, less human. The price of commanding creatures that should not be commanded. But the Dementors withdrew. They pulled back from the wards, their cold presence fading to a distant ache rather than an immediate threat. They didn't leave entirely, the Ministry's orders still held, but they would patrol the far reaches of the grounds now, not the castle itself. Harry sagged against the tower railing, exhausted and trembling. "The price," the shadows murmured. "You feel it now." He did. Something had shifted inside him, a small thing, barely noticeable, but real. He was slightly less Harry Potter than he'd been an hour ago. But his friends were safe. For now, that would have to be enough. The news spread quickly, the Dementors had retreated. No one could explain it, Ministry officials scratched their heads, Dumbledore smiled his mysterious smile, and students celebrated their unexpected freedom with trips to Hogsmeade that had seemed impossible weeks before. Only Harry's inner circle knew the truth. "You actually commanded them," Daphne said during their next private conversation. Her voice was carefully neutral, but Harry heard the concern beneath it. "I negotiated with them." "It's not the same thing." "The result is the same. You exercised authority over creatures that shouldn't be controllable." "I know." Harry looked at his hands, the same hands he'd always had, unchanged on the outside. "And it cost me something. I can feel the difference, even if I can't explain it." "How much difference?" "Small. Like losing a drop of water from a bucket. But if I keep doing things like that, the bucket empties." Daphne moved closer, taking his hand as she had in Diagon Alley. "You need to be more careful, Harry. I know you want to protect people, that's one of the things I admire about you, but you can't protect anyone if you lose yourself in the process." "I know. I'll try to find other solutions." "See that you do." She hesitated, then, "The third task is coming up. Have you figured out the egg yet?" Harry had, actually. A midnight swim in the prefect's bathroom had revealed the murmish message, "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss." "The lake," he said. "They're going to take someone I care about and hide them underwater." "Someone like me?" "Possibly. Or Neville, or Luna. Anyone the judges think I'd miss." Daphne's expression hardened. "Then we need to prepare. If they're using hostages to manipulate you, we should control which hostage they take." "What do you mean?" "Volunteer someone. Make it clear to Dumbledore who you'd risk everything to save, so they don't pick at random and potentially put multiple people in danger." It was cold, calculating, and exactly the kind of thinking Harry had come to rely on from Daphne. "I'll talk to Dumbledore," he said. "And I'll start practicing my underwater breathing." The second task approached with the inevitability of winter becoming spring. Harry spent his preparation time mastering a bubblehead charm, safer and more reliable than gillyweed or transfiguration. He studied the lake through his shadows, mapping its depths, locating the merpeople's village, understanding the terrain he'd be fighting in. And he thought about the creature that lived in the deepest part of the lake, the giant squid, ancient and intelligent, that had greeted him on his very first night at Hogwarts. "Can it help?" he asked the shadows. "It serves the castle. It might serve you, if asked properly." The night before the task, Harry visited the lake's edge. The water was black glass, reflecting stars that didn't quite match the ones in the sky. Harry reached out with his shadow senses, diving deep, touching the vast consciousness that resided below. "I need help," he told the squid. "My friend will be in danger tomorrow. Will you protect them until I arrive?" The squid's response was slow, thoughts that moved like ocean currents, ancient and patient. "The young ones have always been under my care. I will watch over yours." "Thank you." "Be careful," Shadow touched. "The merpeople do not trust surface dwellers, and they fear you more than most. Do not provoke them unnecessarily." "I'll try." Harry withdrew, feeling slightly better about tomorrow's challenge. The squid wasn't an ally he could command, but it was one he could ask, and that was better than nothing. The morning of the task dawned cold and grey. Harry stood at the lake's edge with the other champions, Cedric looking determined, Fleur nervous, Krum stoic as ever. The judges explained the rules: 1 hour to retrieve their hostages from the merpeople's village. Points for speed, for magical skill, for treating the merpeople with respect. They didn't mention what would happen if a champion failed. Harry scanned the surface of the lake, feeling through the water to where his shadow senses found familiar presences. 4 of them, suspended in magical sleep: Daphne, a young girl who must be Fleur's sister, someone connected to Cedric, and, yes, there was Victor's hostage too. He'd asked Dumbledore to let it be Daphne. Not because she was the most important, all his friends mattered equally, but because she was the one who would handle being kidnapped with the most composure. Neville would have panicked. Luna would have found it interesting but distracting. Daphne would wait patiently, trusting Harry to rescue her, and probably critique his technique afterward. The cannon fired. Harry dove. Underwater, the world was different. The bubblehead charm held, providing air, but Harry found he barely needed it. The lake's darkness welcomed him, wrapping around him like a blanket, enhancing his senses rather than limiting them. He could feel every current, every creature, every shift in the water. He moved fast, faster than the other champions, who were struggling with gillyweed or partial transfiguration. Shadowwalking didn't work well underwater, but the darkness itself helped, propelling him through the depths like a current shaped just for him. The merpeople's village appeared through the gloom, buildings of woven plants and carved stone, populated by creatures with sharp teeth and sharper spears. They watched Harry's approach with unconcealed hostility. Shadow-touched, their leader hissed in Mermish. "You dare enter our domain?" "I come for my friend," Harry replied. The shadows had taught him their language years ago, pulling it from the memories of drowned sailors and sunken libraries. "I mean no harm to your people. Your kind has always meant harm. Shadow kings drowned our ancestors, turned our seas to darkness, made us servants in our own realm. I am not those kings. I am something new." Harry held the merman's gaze. "I ask only for my friend. I will leave in peace if you allow it." The standoff stretched for long moments. Behind the leader, Harry could see the hostages, suspended near a statue, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the tension around them. Finally, the merman stepped aside. "Take your air breather. But do not return," Shadow touched. "The next time you enter our waters, we will not be so welcoming." Harry moved quickly, cutting Daphne free from her bonds and pulling her toward the surface. He passed Cedric on the way up. The Hufflepuff had arrived second, retrieving his hostage with visible relief. The others were still struggling. Fleur had been attacked by Grindylows and was fighting her way free. Krum was close to the village but moving slowly. Harry hesitated at the edge of the merpeople's territory, Daphne secure in his arms. The girl, Fleur's sister, was still down there. If Fleur didn't make it in time. "It's not your responsibility," the shadows whispered. "You've done what you came to do." But the girl was maybe 9 years old, and she looked so small and fragile suspended in the dark water. Harry swore silently and dove back down. The merpeople didn't stop him, they seemed more surprised than anything, and he reached the girl just as Fleur burst through the last of the Grindylows, wild-eyed and desperate. "Take her," Harry said, pushing the child toward her sister. "Go. I'll cover your retreat." Fleur didn't argue. She grabbed her sister and swam for the surface with speed born of panic. Harry followed more slowly, the darkness cushioning his ascent, and emerged to cheering and confusion. The scoring was complicated. Harry had retrieved his hostage first, full marks for speed. He'd lost points for going back for Fleur's sister, technically outside the rules. But the judges ultimately awarded him high marks for moral fiber, whatever that meant. More importantly, Fleur was grateful. She'd expected to lose her sister to the lake's time limit, had been prepared for tragedy, and Harry's intervention had changed everything. "You did not have to do that," she said afterward, still shaking. "I was not kind to you before." She was a child. It wasn't a hard choice. For some, it would be. Fleur studied him with new eyes. You are different from what I expected, Harry Potter. I get that a lot. The final task was announced for June, a maze filled with obstacles, with the Triwizard Cup at its center. First champion to reach it would be declared the winner. Harry had expected something more elaborate, given Voldemort's original plan. But with Crouch Jr. exposed and the cup's portkey enchantment removed, the task seemed almost anticlimactic. Don't get complacent, Dumbledore warned during one of their private meetings. The Dark Lord's plans have been disrupted, not abandoned. He will find another way to return. I know. But there's only so much I can prepare for without knowing what he'll try next. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. I've received reports of activity in Albania. Voldemort has been gathering resources, dark artifacts, loyal followers, creatures willing to serve him. Whatever he's planning, it's ambitious. Is there anything I can do? Right now? Focus on surviving the tournament and completing your education. Let others handle the investigation. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. You've already done more than most adults. It's not unreasonable to let the professionals take over occasionally. June arrived with warmth and tension. Harry entered the maze with his senses extended, shadows mapping every corner, every dead end, every obstacle. The other champions spread out in different directions, and within minutes, they were all alone in the darkness. The maze was designed to disorient and challenge. Magical creatures lurked around corners, a blast-ended scrut here, a sphinx there, acromantulas waiting in webbed passages. Harry dealt with each obstacle efficiently, using shadow magic sparingly, saving his strength for whatever waited at the center. He found Fleur unconscious, victim of some unseen attack. He sent up red sparks to summon help and moved on. He encountered Crumb, or something wearing Crumb's face, which attacked him with curses that felt wrong, controlled rather than willful. Harry subdued him quickly and realized someone had used the Imperious Curse. He sent up more sparks. And then, finally, he reached the center. The Triwizard Cup gleamed on a pedestal, surrounded by a circle of carefully maintained grass. Cedric was already there, approaching from the other side, and they reached the clearing at the same moment. Together? Cedric offered. Together, Harry agreed. They reached for the cup simultaneously. Nothing happened. No transportation, no trap, no dramatic confrontation. Just a trophy, waiting to be claimed. Harry felt something ease in his chest. Voldemort's plan had truly been foiled. The tournament was just a tournament after all. Well, Cedric said, grinning, I guess we share the victory. I can live with that. They lifted the cup together, and the crowd beyond the maze exploded with cheers. The aftermath was celebration and relief. Harry was awarded joint first place with Cedric, a political compromise that satisfied no one completely but annoyed everyone equally. The prize money was split, the glory shared, and within a week, the Triwizard Tournament was just another story to tell. But Harry knew the real victory was elsewhere. He'd survived. He'd protected his friends. He'd avoided the traps set for him while maintaining his humanity. And most importantly, he'd proven, to himself and to the watching world, that the Shadow King could be something other than a monster. The summer stretched ahead, full of challenges and preparations. Voldemort was still out there, still planning. The Luminari were still watching. The primordial shadow was still waiting. But Harry had his friends, his allies, his growing power. He had knowledge from the vaults and wisdom from unexpected sources. He had a court assembling around him, loyal and capable. For the first time since learning what he was, Harry felt something like confidence in the future. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Burning Light. The summer before fourth year brought news that chilled Harry to the bone. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. The wizarding world erupted in panic. The Ministry deployed Dementors across Britain, plastered wanted posters on every available surface, and warned citizens to report any sightings immediately. Sirius Black, they said, was the most dangerous prisoner to ever escape the fortress. Sirius Black had betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. Sirius Black was coming for Harry. The Shadows told Harry a different story. They remembered Sirius Black, not from newspaper articles or Ministry warnings, but from the darkness of Azkaban itself. They had watched him for 12 years, huddled in his cell, muttering the same words over and over, "I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I didn't betray them." The Shadows remembered something else too. Another prisoner, years dead now, who had laughed in his sleep and whispered about rats and secrets and the trick that had fooled everyone. Peter Pettigrew. The real traitor. Supposedly killed by Sirius but never actually found, only a finger and a pile of robes left behind. Harry spent 3 days in the Shadow Realm, searching through memories of darkness, piecing together fragments of truth from the whispers of 1,000 shadows. What he found changed everything. Sirius Black was innocent. Peter Pettigrew was alive. And the rat had been hiding for 12 years as someone's pet. Ron Weasley's pet, the Shadows confirmed. The creature called Scabbers. It carries the mark of the Dark Lord on its arm. Harry emerged from his research with a plan forming in his mind. He needed to find Sirius before the Dementors did. He needed to capture Pettigrew. And he needed to do it without revealing too much about his own abilities. He also needed to move fast. Finding Sirius was easier than expected. The escaped prisoner was hiding in the cave system near Hogsmeade, surviving on rats and rainwater, waiting for a chance to reach Harry. The Shadows guided Harry there on the 3rd night of summer, slipping him through the darkness until he stood at the cave's entrance. "I know you're in there," Harry called softly. "I'm alone, and I'm not here to hurt you." Silence. Then a shuffling sound, and a gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, a man who had once been handsome, now reduced to skin and bones and wild eyes by 12 years of Dementor exposure. "Harry?" Sirius's voice cracked. "You look just like James. Except the eyes, you have Lily's eyes." "So I'm told." Harry didn't move closer, giving Sirius space. "I know the truth. About Pettigrew. About what really happened." Sirius went very still. "How?" "The Shadows remember everything. They watched you in Azkaban. They heard you insisting you were innocent." Harry met his godfather's haunted gaze. "They also found Pettigrew. He's been hiding as a rat for 12 years, living with a wizarding family. I know where he is." For a long moment, Sirius just stared. Then something crumbled in his expression, the desperate hope he'd been clinging to finally finding validation. "You believe me. I know the truth. Believing doesn't enter into it." Sirius laughed, a broken, sobbing sound that held 12 years of isolation and despair. "You're not what I expected, Harry. When I imagined meeting you, I thought you'd be more like James, reckless, loud, charging in without a plan. I was raised differently than my father. I gathered." Sirius wiped his eyes with a shaking hand. "What's the plan, then? You said you know where Peter is. He's at Hogwarts. Or he will be, once term starts. He belongs to a student. But we can't just grab him. We need witnesses, proper legal procedures, or the Ministry will claim we coerced him. The Ministry won't believe anything I say. They'll believe Veritaserum. And they'll believe Amelia Bones, who's already suspicious about how your trial went." Harry had been corresponding with Susan, laying groundwork for this moment. "I have contacts. People who can help. But I need you to trust me and stay hidden until everything's in place." Sirius studied him, really studied him, and Harry felt the moment when his godfather realized he wasn't dealing with a child. "What are you, Harry? The shadows you mentioned, that's not normal magic." "No. It's not. Harry considered how much to reveal. I'm something called a Shadow Sovereign. The last one died 3,000 years ago. The magic chose me the night Voldemort attacked. Chose you? Merged with me. I'm still human, mostly, but I'm also connected to something ancient and powerful. It's complicated. It sounds terrifying. Sometimes it is. Harry smiled slightly. But it also means I can do things no one expects. Like finding innocent men in caves and proving their innocence despite the entire ministry wanting them dead. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed again, a real laugh this time, with something like joy in it. James would have loved you. Lily too. They'd have been so proud. Then let's make sure you survive to tell me about them. I have questions about my parents that only you can answer. The plan required patience, which neither Harry nor Sirius possessed in abundance. Harry spent the rest of summer preparing. He wrote careful letters to Susan, who passed information to her aunt. He researched legal precedents for overturning wrongful convictions. He practiced the spells he'd need to capture Pettigrew without killing him. And he visited Sirius regularly, bringing food and news and something the man needed almost as much, companionship. Tell me about my father, Harry asked during one of their midnight meetings. Not the heroic version everyone talks about. The real one. Sirius smiled, the expression strange on his gaunt face. James was brilliant and terrible in equal measure. He was arrogant, thought he was the best at everything, and he usually was, which made it worse. He bullied people who annoyed him, especially Snape. And he was absolutely, completely devoted to Lily, even when she wanted nothing to do with him. How did they end up together? He grew up. 7th year, something changed, maybe the war getting closer, maybe just maturity. He stopped hexing people for fun, started using his talents to protect Muggleborns from the Death Eater sympathizers. Lily noticed. And my mother? Lily was fire and ice. Brilliant, fierce, with a temper that could strip paint. She didn't take nonsense from anyone, not James, not Dumbledore, not even Voldemort when he came for her. Sirius's voice softened. She was the heart of our group. When she died, something broke in all of us. Harry absorbed this, adding details to the fragmentary picture he'd assembled from other sources. His parents weren't perfect, they'd been young, flawed, human. But they'd also been brave and loving and willing to die for him. Thank you, he said quietly. I needed to know that. September brought new complications. The Dementors at Hogwarts had multiplied since Harry's intervention last year, and they pressed against the school's wards with renewed hunger. The ministry had decided that Sirius Black might try to reach Harry at school, so they tripled their protective presence. Harry felt the creatures constantly now, a cold pressure at the edges of his awareness, always watching, always waiting. His previous negotiation had bought the students' peace, but it hadn't removed the threat entirely. They're getting braver, Luna observed during their first study session of the term. The Dementors, I mean. They're testing the boundaries, seeing how close they can get before your influence pushes them back. Can you see that? I can feel it. They're connected to you somehow, even if you don't want them to be. When they press against the wards, there's a resonance. Like strings vibrating together. Harry considered this. He'd been avoiding the Dementors since his intervention, afraid of what might happen if he engaged with them again. But Luna's observation suggested that avoidance wasn't working. I might need to deal with them more directly, he admitted. That would be dangerous, Daphne said. Last time cost you something. This time might cost more. I know. But I can't just let them terrorize the school while I hide. You could let the adults handle it, Tracy suggested. The adults don't know how. The ministry sent them, and the ministry won't recall them. The only person who can actually affect the Dementors is me. Harry sighed. I'm not looking forward to it. But I don't see another option. He confronted the Dementors on the night of the October full moon, when their presence was strongest and their hunger most acute. The creatures gathered at the edge of the wards like a tide of despair, pressing inward with patient malice. Harry walked out to meet them, alone, his shadows swirling around him in defensive patterns. "King," they whispered. "Master. We hunger. We starve. The children's fear sustains us, but it is not enough. We need more. I told you to stay away from the castle. We have tried. But the hunger, it gnaws. It consumes. We cannot resist forever." Harry felt their suffering. 12 years in Azkaban had shown him glimpses of what Dementors experienced, the emptiness that drove their feeding. They weren't evil, exactly. They were hollow, and they filled that hollowness with stolen happiness. What if I could fill the hollowness another way? The Dementors stirred, curious despite themselves. How? Harry reached deeper than he had before, not just commanding, but connecting. He touched the shadow nature at the core of each Dementor, the fragment of primordial darkness that had been twisted into hunger millennia ago. And he fed it. Not with happiness or fear, but with shadow itself. Pure darkness, flowing from him into the broken creatures, filling the void that drove their consumption. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The Dementors shuddered, their horrible forms trembling as something they'd never experienced washed through them. Satisfaction. Fullness. Peace. "King," they whispered, and now there was something like devotion in the word. "You give what we have always craved. You make us whole." I can't do this forever, Harry thought, feeling the cost as shadow drained from him. But I can do it regularly. Once a month, I'll come to you. I'll fill the emptiness. In return, you leave the students alone completely. Not just distant, completely. No feeding, no approaching, no presence that anyone can feel. Agreed. We will serve. We will protect. We will wait for your gifts. And one more thing. Harry's thoughts hardened. There's a man the ministry wants you to kiss. Sirius Black. If you find him, you bring him to me. Unharmed. Understood? The innocent one. The Dementor's response held surprise. We know him. We felt his truth during his imprisonment. He does not deserve our kiss. No. He doesn't. Remember that. Harry released the connection and staggered backward, suddenly exhausted. The Dementors withdrew smoothly, their presence fading from the castle's awareness entirely, and Harry was left alone under the cold October stars. He'd done it. He'd bound the Dementors to his service, not through force, but through something stranger. An exchange. A partnership. And it had cost him more than he wanted to admit. The next morning, Hogwarts woke to a revelation. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the castle since September had vanished. Students emerged from their common rooms confused but relieved, unable to explain why they suddenly felt lighter. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office before breakfast. The Dementors have retreated entirely, the headmaster said without preamble. Not just from the castle, from the grounds, the village, the entire region. Ministry officials are in a panic, unable to locate their protective force. That's good, isn't it? That depends. Dumbledore's eyes were serious. What did you do, Harry? Harry considered lying. It would be easy, Dumbledore couldn't prove anything, and the truth was dangerous in ways the old wizard might not understand. But they'd agreed to honesty, and Harry wasn't willing to break that agreement over something like this. I made a deal with them, he said. I fill the emptiness that drives their hunger, and they stay away from the school. You fill the emptiness? How? With shadow. With pieces of myself, essentially. It's sustainable, but not without cost. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His expression was impossible to read. You've done something no wizard has ever accomplished, he finally said. Dementors have been considered uncontrollable for centuries. The Ministry breeds them, aims them, but never truly commands them. I don't command them. I negotiate. It's different. Is it? Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, you're developing abilities that haven't been seen since the Shadow Sovereigns walked the earth. The power to influence Dementors, to bind them through bargaining rather than force, this isn't just impressive. It's unprecedented. Is that a problem? It depends on what you do with it. Dumbledore's smile was thin. For now, I'm grateful. The students are safer than they've been since term began. But the Ministry will ask questions, and I'm not sure what answers I can give them. Tell them the Dementors left on their own. They don't need to know about me. They will eventually. This kind of power doesn't stay hidden forever. Harry knew that. He'd known it since the first time the shadows whispered to him in the cupboard under the stairs. But he'd hoped for more time. Then we'll deal with it when it happens, he said. For now, can we focus on the more immediate problem? Sirius Black. Sirius Black is innocent. I have proof, and I have a plan to expose the real traitor. But I need your help. Dumbledore listened to everything, the shadow memories from Azkaban, the evidence of Pettigrew's survival, Harry's communications with Sirius over the summer. His expression grew more troubled with each revelation. If what you're saying is true, it is. Then a grave injustice was done. Sirius was sent to Azkaban without a trial, based on circumstantial evidence and public pressure. If Pettigrew is alive, if he was truly the secret keeper. Then Sirius lost 12 years of his life for a crime he didn't commit, and the real traitor has been hiding under everyone's noses. Dumbledore rose and moved to his window, looking out over the grounds. Peter was one of us. Part of the Order, a friend to James and Lily. The idea that he betrayed them. The shadows don't lie about this. They remember what he whispered in his sleep before he died in Azkaban, except he didn't die, did he? He faked his death and hid. And you believe he's currently at Hogwarts? As a student's pet? Ron Weasley's rat. Scabbers. I've been watching him through the shadows since term started. He has a missing toe, the same finger Pettigrew supposedly left behind after Sirius killed him. And he carries the dark mark on his left foreleg. Dumbledore turned, his expression sharp. You can see that? The shadows see everything in darkness. Pettigrew has been sleeping in a dormitory full of students for 3 years. I've had plenty of opportunities to observe. This is extraordinary. And deeply troubling. Dumbledore returned to his desk. What do you propose? A controlled capture. We catch Pettigrew, force him to transform, expose him publicly. With witnesses, veritaserum, and proper legal procedures, even the Ministry won't be able to ignore the truth. And Sirius? He'll need to be present to be officially cleared. But he can't appear until we have Pettigrew secured, or the Ministry will focus on capturing him instead of listening. Dumbledore considered this, his ancient mind clearly working through implications and contingencies. It's risky. If anything goes wrong, Pettigrew might escape again. Sirius might be captured or killed. And you might be exposed as something the Ministry fears even more than escaped prisoners. I know. But Sirius is innocent. Doesn't that matter? Of course it matters. Dumbledore's voice softened. I should have fought harder for a trial 12 years ago. I let grief and exhaustion cloud my judgment. If I can help correct that mistake now, then you'll help. I'll help. But we do this carefully, with contingencies in place. Tell me exactly what you need. The capture happened on a cold November night. Harry had been tracking Pettigrew's movements for weeks, learning his patterns, waiting for the perfect opportunity. That opportunity came when Ron Weasley left his rat in the Gryffindor common room while he attended Quidditch practice. Harry slipped into the tower through the shadows, invisible to the students who remained. He approached the sleeping rat, extended his hand, and spoke a word in a language older than humanity. Pettigrew's transformation was involuntary and violent. One moment, a rat, the next, a pudgy, balding man, screaming and flailing, trapped in shadows that held him immobile. "Hello, Peter," Harry said calmly. "We need to talk." The common room erupted in chaos. Students screamed and fled. The portrait hole burst open as professors rushed in, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, all summoned by emergency wards. And behind them, stepping through the door with careful dignity, came Amelia Bones and 2 Aurors. "What is the meaning of," McGonagall began, then froze as she recognized the captive. "Merlin's beard. Peter Pettigrew." "Alive and well," Harry confirmed. "Though not for much longer if the Ministry has anything to say about it. He's been hiding as a rat for 12 years, avoiding justice for his crimes." "What crimes?" Bones demanded, though her expression suggested she already suspected. "Betraying James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. Framing Sirius Black for murder. Killing 12 Muggles and faking his own death to cover his escape." Harry met the DMLE director's eyes. "I have evidence. I have witnesses. And I have the traitor himself, ready to confess under Veritaserum." Pettigrew was blubbering now, tears streaming down his face. "Please, you don't understand, the Dark Lord would have killed me, I had no choice." "Silence," Bones commanded. She turned to her Aurors. "Secure the prisoner. Full restraints, anti-transformation wards, and a Veritaserum interrogation as soon as we reach the Ministry." "What about Sirius Black?" one of the Aurors asked. "If Pettigrew's testimony confirms Mr. Potter's claims, then Black will require a new trial." Bones's voice was hard. One he should have received 12 years ago. The next few days were chaos. Pettigrew confessed everything under Veritaserum, his betrayal, his crimes, his years of hiding. The Wisengamot convened an emergency session to review Sirius Black's case, and the evidence was so overwhelming that even the minister couldn't argue for continued imprisonment. Sirius was exonerated on a Tuesday morning. Harry waited at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds as his godfather walked up the path from Hogsmeade, no longer a fugitive, no longer a prisoner, just a man who had lost everything and was now trying to find his way back. "You did it," Sirius said, wonder in his voice. "You actually did it." "We did it. I just gathered the evidence, Dumbledore and Bones handled the legal aspects. Don't sell yourself short." Sirius pulled Harry into a crushing hug. "You gave me back my life, Harry. I don't know how to repay that. Tell me more about my parents. That's all I want." Sirius laughed, and this time there was real joy in the sound. "I can do that. I can definitely do that." The exoneration changed everything. With Sirius free, Harry finally had family, not the Dursleys, who had never wanted him, but someone who had known his parents, who had stories to share and memories to give. They spent hours together over the following weeks, talking about James and Lily, about the Marauders, about the war and its costs. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, his family's ancestral home, and began the slow process of making it habitable. Harry visited when he could, learning about the Black family's dark history and helping to cleanse the house of its worst artifacts. "You could live here," Sirius offered one evening. "When you're not at Hogwarts. This is your home now, if you want it." Harry looked around the gloomy townhouse, with its dark corners and lurking shadows, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. "I'd like that." But not everyone was pleased with recent developments. The Luminari had been quiet since Solarius departed, but Harry's growing visibility had attracted their attention again. He received warnings through his shadow network, agents being deployed to Britain, resources being allocated for observation, plans being made. And then, in February, Solarius returned. Harry felt him the moment he crossed into British territory, a flare of light magic that burned against his senses like a brand. The ancient hunter had come back, and he wasn't alone. The Luminary Council has convened, Luna reported during one of their evening meetings. The shadows heard them arguing. Some want to move against you now, before you grow any stronger. Others counsel patience. Solarius is the deciding vote. What's he leaning toward? I can't tell. His thoughts are shielded even from the deepest shadows. Luna's expression was troubled. But he's been meeting with people at the ministry. People who have reason to fear you. Harry thought about his growing power, his bound Dementors, his political allies, his exonerated godfather. He'd been building strength for years, preparing for the confrontation he knew was coming. But was he ready? Double the shadow patrols, he decided. I want to know every move Solarius makes, every person he talks to, every plan he forms. And tell the others to be careful. If the Luminari are moving, they might target my friends to get to me. What about you? I'll be careful too. But I won't hide. That's not who I am. The attack came in March, during a Hogsmeade weekend. Harry was walking through the village with Daphne and Neville when the light struck, a beam of pure radiance that slammed into his defenses and sent him flying backward into a storefront. Harry! Daphne screamed. He rolled to his feet, shadows rising around him, and faced his attackers. There were 5 of them, Luminari agents in gleaming white robes, wielding staffs that blazed with captured sunlight. They moved in perfect formation, clearly trained for exactly this kind of combat. And behind them, standing on the road with an expression of grim determination, was Aldrich Solarius. I gave you a choice, the ancient wizard called. You chose wrong. Harry's response was immediate and violent. Shadows erupted from every corner of the village, from the alleys and doorways and the spaces beneath people's feet. They wrapped around the Luminari agents, cutting off their light, pulling them into darkness. 3 of the agents went down immediately, overwhelmed by the shadow assault. The other 2 fought back, their staffs blazing brighter, burning through the darkness with concentrated will. Solarius didn't join the battle. He watched, ancient eyes tracking Harry's movements, studying his techniques. You've grown stronger, he observed. The Dementor binding, the shadow network, the political maneuvering. You're preparing for war. I'm preparing to survive. Harry pulled more darkness to him, feeling the strain of maintaining so many shadow constructs. You came here to kill me. Don't pretend otherwise. I came here to test you. Solarius raised his hand, and light gathered around it, not the focused beams of his agents, but something deeper, more primal. The council wanted to see if you were truly a threat. I told them you were. Let's find out if I was right. He struck. The light that erupted from Solarius's palm was blinding, burning, a concentrated beam of pure radiance that cut through Harry's shadows like a knife through fog. Harry dodged, shadow-walking across the village, but Solarius tracked him somehow, the light following his movements. You're fast, Solarius acknowledged. But speed won't save you. The shadow can't hide from true light. Harry emerged from the darkness near the shrieking shack, breathing hard. His shadows were being burned away faster than he could replace them. Solarius's light was simply too powerful, too focused. But then help arrived. Daphne's cutting hex caught Solarius in the shoulder, forcing him to redirect his attention. Neville's conjured plants erupted from the ground, thick vines that wrapped around the ancient wizard's legs. And from behind Harry came a familiar voice, hoarse but determined, "Get away from my godson." Sirius Black stood at the edge of the village, wand raised, fury in his eyes. Solarius assessed the new arrivals with rapid calculation. 3-on-1 odds, with his agents already neutralized. Even for someone of his power, this was becoming problematic. Retreat, he commanded, and the remaining Luminari agents vanished in flashes of light, taking their unconscious comrades with them. Solarius himself didn't flee. He held Harry's gaze for a long moment, something almost like respect in his ancient eyes. You have loyal friends, he said. That's rare for a shadow sovereign. Treasure it while it lasts. He vanished, leaving behind nothing but the scent of ozone and a village full of terrified witnesses. The aftermath was complicated. The ministry demanded explanations. Dumbledore intervened, spinning a story about dark wizard attacks and heroic defense. The truth, that an ancient order of light fanatics had tried to assassinate a Hogwarts student, was buried in bureaucratic obfuscation. But Harry knew the attack was only the beginning. "They'll come back," he told his gathered court that evening. "Solarius was testing me, learning my capabilities. Next time, he'll bring more force, better countermeasures, a plan designed specifically to neutralize everything I can do." "Then we need to be ready," Daphne said firmly. "What do you need?" Harry looked around at his friends, Daphne, Neville, Luna, Blaise, Tracy, Susan. Sirius had joined them too, bringing experience and connections they hadn't had before. "Training. All of us, not just me. The Luminari won't hesitate to target my allies to get to me. Everyone needs to be able to defend themselves." "I can help with that," Sirius offered. "Aura training, combat magic, survival techniques. James and I learned a lot during the war." "Good. And we need intelligence. Luna, can your shadow network track Luminari movements?" "Already working on it. They're harder to follow than normal wizards, their light magic interferes with shadow observation, but I can usually find traces." "Do it. I want to know every safe house, every agent, every plan they make." Harry's expression hardened. "And we need allies outside our immediate circle. People with power and influence who can help protect us if things go wrong." "I might be able to help with that," Susan said. "Auntie's been impressed by how you handled Pettigrew's capture. She's not ready to ally openly, but she might be willing to share information, maybe provide legal cover if necessary." "Good. Blaise. Mother has connections throughout Europe. The Luminari aren't popular everywhere. Some countries remember what they did to the Shadow Sovereigns and resent the interference. I can reach out, carefully, and see who might be willing to support us." Harry nodded, feeling something settle in his chest. He wasn't alone in this fight. He had people who cared about him, who were willing to stand beside him against an enemy that had been hunting his kind for millennia. "Then let's get to work," he said. "The Luminari have had 3,000 years to prepare for someone like me. We have months. Let's make them count." Spring brought training and preparation. Sirius proved to be an excellent teacher, creative, adaptable, willing to push his students to their limits. Under his guidance, Harry's friends transformed from capable young wizards into something approaching a fighting force. Daphne discovered an affinity for combat transfiguration, turning objects into weapons with terrifying speed. Neville's plant magic evolved into something genuinely dangerous, he could animate entire groves, turning trees into soldiers. Luna developed a technique for redirecting light magic, using her unique perception to see attacks before they landed. Tracy became an expert in shield magic, creating barriers that could withstand sustained assault. Blaise focused on misdirection and illusion, learning to confuse enemies and create openings for his allies. And Susan, trained by her aunt in DMLE combat protocols, became the group's tactical coordinator, watching battles from above, calling out threats, directing the flow of combat. Harry trained harder than anyone. He pushed his shadow magic to its limits, learning techniques from the books in his vault, experimenting with combinations that hadn't been tried in millennia. He practiced shadowwalking until he could move across the entire castle in seconds, emerge from any darkness, disappear before enemies could react. And he explored the deeper aspects of his power, the connection to the primordial, the authority over darkness itself, the part of him that wasn't quite human anymore. "You're changing," Daphne observed one evening, watching him practice in the room of requirement. "Not just getting stronger. Becoming something different." "I know." Harry let a shadow construct dissolve, feeling the familiar strain of extended practice. "Every time I push deeper, I lose a little more of what I was. But if I don't push, the Luminari will kill me. There has to be a balance." A way to grow strong enough without losing yourself completely. If there is, I haven't found it. Harry sat down beside her, suddenly exhausted. The previous sovereigns all failed eventually. Either they held back too much and got killed, or they embraced the shadow fully and became monsters. I'm trying to find a middle path, but I'm not sure one exists. Daphne took his hand, a familiar gesture now, one that still managed to ground him. Then we'll find one together. Or we'll invent one. But you're not going to face this alone, Harry. I won't allow it. You're very commanding tonight. Someone has to be. You have a tendency toward self-sacrifice that's frankly alarming. Her smile softened the words. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. Promise me you'll let us help, even when it's hard. I promise, Harry said, and meant it. The final confrontation of the year came in June. Solarius had gathered his forces, not just the agents Harry had faced in Hogsmeade, but a full Luminari assault team, 30 wizards and witches who had dedicated their lives to destroying shadow magic. They approached Hogwarts under cover of darkness, ironically using the night to mask their movements, their light magic suppressed until the moment of attack. Harry felt them coming anyway. The shadows had been watching for weeks, and nothing moved in British darkness without his knowledge. They're making their move, he announced to his gathered court. 30 Luminari, plus Solarius himself. They're planning to breach the wards on the north side and fight through to wherever I am. Can we stop them? Neville asked, his voice steady despite the fear Harry could see in his eyes. We can try. But I need you to understand, this is their full force. The combat strength of an organization that survived for millennia. If we fight, people might die. We knew that when we joined you, Daphne said. The others nodded in agreement. Then let's end this. The battle for Hogwarts was unlike anything the school had seen in centuries. The Luminari breached the northern wards with concentrated light magic, punching through ancient protections like paper. They poured through the gap, staffs blazing, ready to cleanse the castle of shadow. Harry met them in the courtyard. He'd positioned his friends throughout the castle, each covering a different approach, each ready to support the others. But the opening confrontation was his alone. Shadows erupted from every surface as Harry walked forward, darkness pooling around him like a living cloak. The Luminari faltered, confronted with something out of nightmare, a boy wreathed in shadow, eyes gleaming with power that shouldn't exist. You came to kill me, Harry said, his voice carrying across the courtyard despite its softness. But you should have brought more. The battle began. Light and shadow clashed in the courtyard, each trying to overwhelm the other. Harry moved like water, shadow walking between attacks, striking from unexpected angles, pulling Luminari into the darkness where their light couldn't save them. But there were too many, and Solarius had trained them well. They fought in formation, covering each other, preventing Harry from isolating individuals. Their combined light pushed back his shadows, forcing him to retreat, to give ground he couldn't afford to lose. Then his friends entered the fight. Daphne struck from the left, her transfigured weapons cutting through Luminari defenses. Neville's plants erupted from the earth, entangling enemies, pulling them off balance. Luna redirected light beams with her strange perception, turning the Luminari's weapons against them. And Sirius, appearing from the castle with his wand blazing, cut a path through the enemy ranks with the savage efficiency of a trained war wizard. The tide turned. One by one, the Luminari fell, stunned, captured, driven back by the combined assault of Harry's court. Their formation broke, their coordination collapsed, and suddenly it was 30 terrified individuals against a group that had trained for exactly this moment. Enough. Solarius's voice cut through the chaos, amplified by magic, commanding attention. The ancient wizard strode forward, his robes gleaming with accumulated light, power radiating from him in waves. You've won this battle, Shadow King. I acknowledge it. But this war has just begun. Has it? Harry stepped forward to meet him. Your forces are broken. Your agents are captured. What exactly do you have left? The knowledge of what you are. The certainty that eventually, you will become what every shadow sovereign has become. And the patience to wait for that day. Solarius's smile was cold. You've gathered friends, built alliances, found happiness. Good. Treasure those things. Because when the primordial finally consumes you, and it will, I'll be there to end your suffering. Or, Harry said quietly, I'll prove you wrong. He reached out with his shadows, not to attack, but to contain. Darkness wrapped around Solarius, pulling him toward the shadow realm, toward imprisonment in eternal night. The ancient wizard fought back, his light burning through the shadows, but Harry had grown stronger since their last encounter. He pushed harder, drawing on reserves he hadn't known he possessed. And then something unexpected happened. The shadows shifted. They stopped trying to imprison Solarius and instead began to merge with him. Light and dark, intertwining, neither consuming the other but combining into something new. Solarius screamed, not in pain, but in shock. His light magic flickered, destabilized by the shadow energy flooding into it. What are you doing? He gasped. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. But I think I'm proving a point. The combination lasted only seconds before Harry pulled back, releasing Solarius from the shadow's grip. The ancient wizard staggered, his light magic guttering like a candle in wind. That's impossible, Solarius whispered. Light and shadow can't coexist. They're opposites, fundamentally incompatible. Maybe they don't have to be. Harry looked at his hands, still wreathed in darkness, and saw flickers of something else there, not light exactly, but not pure shadow either. Maybe balance isn't about separation. Maybe it's about integration. Solarius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. You really are different, aren't you? 3,000 years of shadow sovereigns, and none of them ever tried what you just did. He shook his head. I don't know what you're becoming, Harry Potter. But it's not what I expected. Is that going to stop you from hunting me? I don't know. For the first time, Solarius looked uncertain. I need to think about this. The council will want a report, and I don't know what to tell them. Tell them I'm not their enemy. Tell them I'm trying to find a better way. And tell them that if they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone. Harry met the ancient wizard's eyes. But if they come for me again, I won't hold back. Solarius nodded slowly. I'll deliver your message. But don't expect them to listen. He vanished in a flash of light, leaving Harry alone in the courtyard with his friends, his victory, and more questions than answers. The aftermath of the battle brought changes throughout the wizarding world. The Luminari retreated, temporarily at least, thrown into confusion by Harry's unexpected display. The captured agents were turned over to the Ministry, where they faced charges for assault on a magical institution. And the story of the battle spread, growing more dramatic with each retelling. Harry Potter, the Shadow King, had defeated an army of light fanatics. He had protected Hogwarts when the Ministry couldn't. He had proven that darkness and light might not be as incompatible as everyone believed. You've become a symbol, Dumbledore observed during their end-of-year meeting. Whether you intended it or not, people are looking to you for guidance. Some with hope, others with fear. I didn't ask for that. Few who change the world ever do. But you have changed it, Harry. The question now is what you'll do with that responsibility. Harry thought about the power he'd touched during the battle, the strange integration of shadow and something else, the feeling that the boundaries he'd accepted weren't as fixed as he'd believed. I'm going to find a better way, he said. Not just for me, but for everyone. Light and shadow, wizard and creature, human and, whatever I'm becoming. There has to be a path that doesn't end in destruction. I hope you find it. Dumbledore's smile was warm. And I hope you'll let me help along the way. I'd like that. Summer arrived with warmth and possibility. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, to Sirius, to the promise of family he'd never expected to have. His friends scattered to their own homes, but they kept in touch, letters and visits and plans for next year. And in the quiet moments, Harry explored the strange new ability he discovered during the battle. It wasn't shadow magic exactly, and it wasn't light. It was something in between, a power that came from accepting both aspects of himself, human and sovereign, darkness and whatever light he'd managed to claim. The beginning of balance, the shadows whispered. The first step on a path no one has walked before. Is it possible? Harry asked. True integration, not just coexistence. We don't know. No shadow sovereign has ever tried. But you are different from those who came before. Perhaps you will succeed where they failed. Harry stood at his window, watching the sunset paint London in shades of gold and crimson, and allowed himself to hope. The war with the Luminari wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, still planning. The primordial shadow still waited in the depths, patient and hungry. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might have a chance, not just to survive, but to become something genuinely new. Something balanced. Something whole. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The King's Dawn. The corruption came like poison seeping through water. Harry felt it first in his dreams, darkness that twisted wrong, shadows that whispered in voices he didn't recognize. He woke gasping in Grimmauld Place, Sirius pounding on his door, asking if he was all right. Fine, Harry called back, but he wasn't fine. Something was wrong in the shadow realm, and he needed to find out what. He slipped into the darkness that night, descending through layers of shadow until he reached the deepest places, the realm where the primordial waited, where the source of his power resided. What he found made his blood run cold. The primordial shadow was sick. Tendrils of something foreign had woven through the ancient entity, bright threads that burned where they touched, corrupting the pure darkness into something twisted and wrong. The shadow that had always welcomed Harry now flinched from his presence, its whispers confused and pained. What happened? Harry demanded. What is this? The enemy, the primordial managed. The one who marked you. He has found a way, to hurt us. Voldemort. Somehow, the Dark Lord had discovered a method to corrupt the primordial shadow itself, to use Harry's own power against him. How? Light magic, stolen from the hunters, twisted with his own darkness. The primordial's voice was fragmenting, losing coherence. He seeks to claim you. To use the connection, to return stronger than before. Harry pulled back from the deepest shadow, his mind racing. Voldemort had found a weapon that could strike at the very heart of his power. If the corruption spread, if it reached Harry through their connection. He needed to act. Fast. The emergency meeting convened at Grimmauld Place within hours. Harry had sent shadow messages to everyone, Daphne, Neville, Luna, Blaise, Tracy, Susan, even Dumbledore. They gathered in the ancient drawing room, their faces grave as Harry explained what he'd discovered. Voldemort has corrupted the primordial shadow, he said without preamble. I don't know how, some combination of stolen Luminari magic and his own dark arts. But if I don't stop it, the corruption will spread to me through our connection. What happens then? Neville asked. Best case. I lose my powers entirely. Worst case. Harry's expression was grim. The primordial subsumes me completely, and Voldemort gains control of a fully manifested shadow sovereign. The room went silent. How do we stop it? Daphne's voice was steady, but Harry could see the fear beneath her calm. I need to confront the corruption directly. Enter the deepest shadow realm and either purge Voldemort's influence or... He hesitated. Or sever my connection to the primordial entirely. That would destroy your powers, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes. But it would also prevent Voldemort from using them. There must be another way. Sirius stepped forward, his face tight with worry. You can't just give up everything you've built, everything you've become. I don't want to. But I need to be prepared for the possibility. Harry looked around at his gathered friends, his family, his court. Whatever happens, I need you all to be ready. If I fail, if Voldemort succeeds in claiming the shadow, you'll need to stop me. Harry, Daphne began. Promise me. His voice was hard. If I become something dangerous, something that threatens innocent people, promise me you won't hesitate. Promise me you'll do what needs to be done. The silence stretched. Then, one by one, they nodded, reluctantly, painfully, but with the understanding that Harry was right. Good. Harry let out a breath. Now let's figure out how to avoid that outcome. The plan came together over the following days. Dumbledore provided crucial information about Luminary light magic, the techniques Voldemort might have stolen, the weaknesses they possessed. Sirius contributed knowledge from his time in Azkaban, where he'd observed the Dark Lord's wraith form and learned something about how Voldemort's soul fragments worked. Luna's shadow network tracked Voldemort's movements, following the trail of corruption back to its source. The Dark Lord had established a base in Albania, in a forest so dark and ancient that even the shadows feared it. He was conducting rituals there, feeding stolen light into the primordial, weakening the entity that gave Harry his power. He's been planning this for years, Luna reported. Since before the tournament, maybe longer. The corruption didn't start with your power, it started with the Luminaries. He's been harvesting their magic, storing it, waiting for the right moment. The right moment being now, Blaise observed. When you're strong enough to be a threat, but not strong enough to resist his corruption. Exactly. Harry stared at the map of Albania they'd spread across the table. He's forcing my hand. Either I confront him now, on his terms, or I wait until the corruption destroys me. Then we don't wait, Daphne said firmly. We attack. All of us, together. It's too dangerous. The corruption affects my powers directly, I can't guarantee I won't turn on you if things go wrong. Then we'll deal with that if it happens. Daphne's eyes blazed. You've protected us for years, Harry. Now it's our turn to protect you. The others voiced their agreement, Neville's quiet determination, Luna's serene confidence, Blaise's calculated support, Tracy's fierce loyalty, Susan's professional resolve. Even Dumbledore nodded, his ancient eyes holding something that might have been pride. Very well, Harry said finally. We do this together. But there are conditions. Name them. First, if I lose control, you run. Don't try to save me, don't try to fight me, just get as far away as possible and call Solarius. He'll know what to do. Harry, second, Voldemort is mine. I know you want to help, but the connection between us is personal. The prophecy, the soul fragment he tried to implant in me, the corruption he's spreading now, this is between him and me. Your job is to handle his defenses and keep me alive long enough to reach him. And third? Daphne asked. Harry looked at her, really looked, and let her see everything he was feeling. The fear, the determination, the love he'd never quite found the words to express. Third, whatever happens, I want you to know that knowing you, all of you, has been the best part of my life. I don't know what I'd have become without you. Something worse, probably. Something closer to what the primordial wanted me to be. He smiled slightly. So thank you. For everything. Daphne crossed the room in 3 quick steps and kissed him. It wasn't their first kiss, but it felt like a culmination, everything they'd built over years of partnership and trust and carefully not saying what they both knew was true. You're not dying today, she said when they broke apart. I forbid it. Yes, ma'am. They traveled to Albania through the shadows. Harry had never transported so many people at once, the strain was immense, requiring every ounce of control he'd developed over years of practice. But he managed, pulling his entire court through the darkness, emerging in a clearing at the edge of Voldemort's corrupted forest. The wrongness hit them immediately. The forest was dark, but not with natural darkness. It was the sick darkness Harry had felt in the primordial, twisted, corrupted, shot through with veins of burning light that shouldn't exist. The trees themselves seemed to writhe in pain, their shadows warped into shapes that nature never intended. "He's close," Luna whispered. "The corruption is strongest ahead, maybe half a mile." "Formation," Harry commanded quietly. "Sirius, Daphne, you're with me. Neville, Tracy, secure our retreat route. Luna, Blaze, Susan, watch for reinforcements and keep the path clear. If things go wrong, you evacuate everyone. No arguments." They moved through the corrupted forest like ghosts, shadows clinging to them despite the wrongness that pervaded every surface. Harry felt the corruption calling to him, trying to pull him in, promising power if he would just let go. He pushed it away and kept moving. Voldemort's ritual site was a clearing at the heart of the forest, where a massive stone altar radiated combined light and shadow in sickening waves. The Dark Lord himself stood before it, his snake-like face twisted in concentration, his wand moving in complex patterns that fed more corruption into the channel that led to the primordial. He wasn't alone. Death Eaters ringed the clearing, maybe 20 of them, wands at ready, clearly expecting an attack. And among them, to Harry's shock, stood a figure in luminary robes, their light magic being actively drained into Voldemort's ritual. A willing sacrifice, Harry realized. Someone from the Luminari is helping him. Solarius said some of them wanted to move against you immediately, Daphne murmured. Maybe they decided Voldemort was the lesser evil. Or maybe they're just fanatics who'd rather see the shadow destroyed entirely, even if it means allying with a Dark Lord. There was no more time for analysis. Voldemort looked up from his ritual, red eyes finding Harry through the shadows. "Ah! The Shadow King arrives." His voice was silk over broken glass. "I wondered if you'd have the courage to face me, or if you'd hide behind your friends and wait for the inevitable. I'm here. And I'm going to stop you." "Are you?" Voldemort gestured, and the corruption in the clearing surged toward Harry, burning threads of corrupted shadow that wrapped around him, trying to drag him toward the altar. "You're connected to the primordial, Harry. Everything I do to it, I do to you. Can you fight your own power?" Harry staggered but held his ground. The corruption burned where it touched, trying to find purchase in his soul, but he pushed back with everything he had. "I've spent years learning to master the shadow," he said through gritted teeth. "You think a few months of stolen light magic can break that? I think you're already breaking." Voldemort's smile was cruel. "I can feel it, you know. The struggle inside you. The part that wants to give in, to embrace the full power of the primordial, to become what you were always meant to be. All you have to do is stop fighting." "Never." Harry lashed out with shadow, pure, uncorrupted darkness that he pulled from his own reserves rather than the tainted primordial. It struck Voldemort's shields and shattered them, forcing the Dark Lord to dodge. The battle began. The clearing erupted into chaos. Death Eaters rushed to their master's defense, only to be met by Sirius and Daphne fighting side by side. Sirius's war magic was brutally efficient, cutting through enemies with the savage precision of someone who'd spent years learning to survive. Daphne's transfigurations created weapons and barriers, turning the environment against their enemies. Harry ignored them all, focused entirely on Voldemort. They dueled across the corrupted clearing, light and shadow clashing in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Voldemort wielded his hybrid magic with terrible skill, combining the corruption with his own dark arts to create attacks that struck at Harry's very nature. But Harry had been training for this, training to fight without relying on the primordial, to use shadow magic that came from his own will rather than the ancient entity's power. "You don't understand what you're tampering with," Harry said as he deflected another corrupted blast. "The primordial isn't just a source of power. It's an entity, conscious, ancient, part of the fundamental structure of reality. You can't control it. I don't need to control it." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "I just need to control you. The soul fragment I tried to implant in you as a baby, do you know what happened to it? The shadow consumed it. The shadow absorbed it. A piece of my soul, merged with the primordial itself. Through that connection, I can reach the very heart of your power. Voldemort laughed. You've been carrying part of me inside you this whole time, Harry. Part of me inside the thing that makes you what you are. Harry faltered, the revelation striking him like a physical blow. It made terrible sense. The soul fragment should have bonded to Harry directly, but the primordial had intercepted it, consumed it, made it part of itself. And now Voldemort was using that fragment to corrupt the entire entity from within. The only way to purge my influence, Voldemort continued, pressing his advantage, is to purge the primordial entirely. Sever your connection, destroy the fragment, and become nothing more than an ordinary wizard. Or embrace the corruption, let it merge us together, and become something greater than either of us could be alone. There's a third option. Harry stopped fighting defensively. He stopped trying to hold back the corruption. Instead, he reached into it, into the twisted blend of light and shadow that Voldemort had created. What are you doing? Voldemort's voice held the first hint of uncertainty. Something you never considered. Harry pulled on the corruption, drawing it into himself, but not letting it consume him. Instead, he transformed it, using the same technique he discovered in the battle with Solarius, the integration of light and shadow that shouldn't have been possible. The corrupted magic resisted at first, then began to change. The burning light softened, merging with shadow rather than destroying it. The twisted darkness straightened, becoming clean again. And the fragment of Voldemort's soul, trapped within the corruption, began to scream. No! Voldemort raised his wand, trying to break Harry's concentration, but the process had already begun. The soul fragment was being purified along with the magic it inhabited, its dark nature incompatible with the balance Harry was creating. You can't destroy me, Voldemort snarled. I have safeguards, other fragments, you don't know what you're dealing with. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Harry's voice was calm despite the agony of the transformation. A man so afraid of death that he tore his own soul apart. Someone who couldn't accept being human, so he became something less instead. The fragment dissolved. The corruption cleared. And in the shadow realm, Harry felt the primordial shudder with something like relief. Free, it whispered. The poison is gone. We are clean again. Harry turned his attention back to Voldemort, who stood frozen with shock and fear. You felt that, didn't you? One of your anchors to life, destroyed. How many more do you have? Voldemort's face contorted with rage. This changes nothing. I have contingencies, then I'll find them. One by one, I'll track down every piece of your soul you've scattered across the world, and I'll destroy them all. Not because I hate you, but because you're a threat to everyone I care about. Harry stepped forward, shadows gathering around him, clean shadows now, pure and powerful. The prophecy says neither of us can live while the other survives. Maybe that's true. But I choose how I live, Voldemort. And I choose to live for something more than fear. Voldemort raised his wand, desperation in his eyes, but Harry was faster. Shadow erupted from every surface in the clearing, wrapping around the Dark Lord, pinning him in place. Not to kill, not yet, but to hold, to contain, to prevent escape. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. No, Harry agreed. But tonight, it's finished. He reached out and touched Voldemort's forehead, directly over the place where a Dark Lord's mind resided. And he pushed. What Harry did next wasn't shadow magic or light magic or any combination of the two. It was something older, something that came from his connection to the primordial, from the authority of a shadow sovereign who had finally, truly accepted his nature. He didn't destroy Voldemort's body, the Dark Lord had too many soul fragments scattered across the world for that to matter. Instead, Harry marked him. A brand of pure shadow, seared into Voldemort's very essence. Wherever the Dark Lord went, whatever body he tried to possess, whatever form he took, Harry would know. The shadow would track him. The darkness would remember. I can find you now, Harry said quietly. Anywhere in the world, any time. You can run, you can hide, you can create 100 new bodies, it won't matter. I'll always know where you are. Then finish it, Voldemort snarled. Kill me, if you have the courage. Killing you wouldn't end anything. You just return, angrier and more dangerous than before. No, I'm going to hunt your Horcruxes. Destroy them one by one. And when you're finally, truly mortal again. Harry smiled coldly. Then we'll finish this. He released the shadows, and Voldemort vanished with a crack of disapparation, fleeing, wounded, but not destroyed. The Death Eaters who remained conscious followed their master. The Luminary traitor had fled at some point during the confrontation. The clearing was suddenly, eerily quiet. Harry stood alone at the center of the ritual site, feeling the clean darkness of the purified primordial humming through his veins. He'd won. Not completely, not permanently, there was still so much work to do, but he'd won this battle. And more importantly, he'd discovered something about himself that changed everything. Balance wasn't about choosing between light and shadow. It wasn't about rejecting one nature for another. It was about transformation. Integration. Becoming something new. His friends found him still standing in the clearing, staring at the place where Voldemort had been. Harry? Daphne's voice was concerned. Are you all right? I think so. Harry turned to face them, and something in his expression made them all stop. Actually, I think I'm better than all right. You look different, Luna observed. The shadows around you, they're cleaner. Brighter, somehow. I purged the corruption. Destroyed the soul fragment Voldemort had hidden in the primordial. Harry held up his hand, and shadow pooled in his palm, but it wasn't just shadow anymore. There were threads of something else woven through it, something that caught the light instead of absorbing it. And I learned something. About what I can become. Which is? Sirius asked. I don't have a name for it yet. But it's not just shadow sovereign. It's something balanced, light and dark together, neither consuming the other. Harry let the shadow dissolve. The primordial wants to merge with reality, to return to creation. Maybe this is how, not by drowning the world in darkness, but by becoming part of it properly. Finding its place in the natural order. That sounds good. Neville said uncertainly. It feels good. It feels right, in a way nothing else ever has. Harry looked around at his gathered court, at the people who had followed him into the heart of darkness. Thank you. All of you. I couldn't have done this alone. You could have tried, Blaise said dryly. You absolutely would have tried, knowing you. Probably. But it would have ended badly. Harry grinned, suddenly feeling lighter than he had in years. Come on. Let's go home. The return to Britain brought complications, as expected. The Ministry wanted explanations. Dumbledore provided what cover he could, but rumors spread anyway. Harry Potter had confronted you-know-who in Albania, had driven him off, had done something that shook the magical world's understanding of what was possible. The Luminary Council demanded an audience with Solarius, who had been strangely silent since the battle. When the ancient wizard finally emerged from seclusion, his report threw the order into chaos. The boy has achieved integration, Solarius told his fellow council members. Light and shadow, merged without destruction. It's unprecedented, potentially heretical, but undeniably real. Then he must be destroyed, the council's leader argued. If he can corrupt light magic with shadow, he didn't corrupt anything. He balanced it. There's a difference. Solarius's voice was thoughtful. For millennia, we've assumed that light and shadow were fundamentally opposed. What if we were wrong? What if balance was always possible, and we simply never found anyone capable of achieving it? The argument continued for days, ultimately ending in a fractured vote that left the Luminary paralyzed, unable to agree on whether Harry Potter was a threat to be eliminated or a miracle to be studied. Harry didn't care about their deliberations. He had more important things to focus on. The summer after Albania was the best of Harry's life. He split his time between Grimmauld Place with Sirius and visits with his friends, building the relationships he'd neglected during years of constant crisis. He explored his new abilities, learning to wield the integrated magic he'd discovered, pushing the boundaries of what shadow and light could do together. And he hunted Horcruxes. The shadow mark on Voldemort led him to the Dark Lord's hiding places, not directly, but through echoes and connections that a pure shadow sovereign couldn't have detected. Voldemort had hidden pieces of his soul in significant locations, protected by terrible curses, but Harry had resources the Dark Lord hadn't anticipated. The locket was first, found in Grimmauld Place itself, of all places, hidden away by Regulus Black before his death. Harry destroyed it with integrated magic, light and shadow together dissolving the soul fragment without destroying the artifact. The cup was next, retrieved from Gringotts with Griphook's reluctant assistance, destroyed in the depths of the shadow vaults where no light magic could interfere. The diadem took longer, hidden in Hogwarts itself, in the Room of Requirement, protected by layers of Voldemort's paranoia. But Harry found it, destroyed it, and felt the Dark Lord weakening with each lost anchor. How many more? Daphne asked after the diadem's destruction. At least one. Maybe two. Harry stared at the empty crown, once beautiful, now cleansed of its passenger. He's been making them since he was a teenager. There's no telling how many pieces of his soul he's scattered across the world. We'll find them. Her confidence was absolute. Whatever it takes, however long, we'll find them all. Harry believed her. With her beside him, with all of them working together, he believed anything was possible. September brought Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts, and an announcement that stunned the wizarding world. The Wizengamot had been called into emergency session to address the Harry Potter situation. After weeks of debate, testimony from Dumbledore and Amelia Bones, and heated arguments about the nature of shadow magic, they reached a conclusion that pleased no one and satisfied everyone. Harry Potter was formally recognized as the Shadow King, a neutral magical power, neither light nor dark, with authority over shadow beings and territories. He was granted a seat on the Wizengamot not as a wizard but as a sovereign entity, with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. This is unprecedented, Minister Fudge complained. We can't simply grant political authority to a 15-year-old student. We can if the alternative is fighting a war we cannot win, Bones replied coolly. Potter has bound the Dementors. He's driven off the Luminari. He's wounded you-know-who more severely than anyone in 50 years. Whether we like it or not, he's a power in his own right. Better to work with him than against him. The vote passed by a narrow margin. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, became the first shadow sovereign in 3,000 years to hold official standing in the wizarding world. Harry accepted the recognition with mixed feelings. I didn't want this, he admitted to Daphne the night after the vote. They sat on the roof of Grimmauld Place, watching stars appear above London's light pollution. I just wanted to survive, protect my friends, maybe do some good along the way. Now I'm supposed to be some kind of political figure. You've been a political figure since you defeated Voldemort as a baby, Daphne pointed out. This just makes it official. That doesn't make it easier. No. But it does make it clearer. She leaned against him, a comfortable warmth in the cool evening air. You know what you are now. You know what you're capable of. And you have official authority to pursue your goals without the ministry constantly trying to stop you. When you put it that way. I always put things the right way. It's my specialty. Harry laughed, feeling some of the tension drain from his shoulders. What would I do without you? Crash and burn spectacularly, probably. Her smile softened. But you don't have to find out. I'm not going anywhere. Promise? Promise. The final confrontation came at the end of the school year. Harry had tracked down the remaining Horcruxes, the ring, hidden in the Gaunt shack, the snake, Nagini, who never left Voldemort's side. The ring he destroyed with Dumbledore's help, though the headmaster paid a terrible price for his earlier attempt to claim it. But Nagini required facing Voldemort directly. The Dark Lord had rebuilt his forces over the winter, gathering the scattered remnants of his Death Eaters, recruiting new followers with promises of power and revenge. He'd established a fortress in an abandoned manor in the Scottish Highlands, protected by wards that would have stopped any normal assault. Harry wasn't normal. He came alone, not out of arrogance, but necessity. The integrated magic he wielded was still unpredictable, still dangerous to those nearby. His friends had wanted to accompany him, but he'd convinced them to wait at Hogwarts, ready to act if things went wrong. The wards fell before his approach, shadow and light working together to unravel protections that had stood for months. Death Eaters rushed to defend their master, only to find themselves trapped in shadows that didn't burn, that held them gently but absolutely. And finally, Harry faced Voldemort in the manor's great hall. "You've come to finish it," the Dark Lord said. He looked diminished, the loss of so many Horcruxes had taken a visible toll, his skin more waxy, his eyes more sunken. But his wand was steady, and his magic still crackled with dangerous power. "I've come to end this," Harry agreed. "One way or another. You can't kill me. Not while Nagini lives." The snake coiled at Voldemort's feet, watching Harry with ancient, malevolent intelligence. "I know." Harry raised his hand, and shadows gathered around it, but not just shadows. Light wove through the darkness, creating patterns that hurt to look at, that spoke of power beyond mortal understanding. "But I can destroy Horcruxes." He struck, not at Voldemort, but at Nagini. The integrated magic hit the snake like a thunderbolt, simultaneously shadow and light, destruction and purification. Nagini screamed. Or rather, the fragment of Voldemort's soul within her screamed, trying to flee, finding no escape. And then it was over. The snake dissolved. The soul fragment vanished. And Voldemort, for the first time in 50 years, was truly mortal. "No," the Dark Lord whispered. "No, this isn't possible. I had safeguards, you had fragments of yourself scattered across the world, anchoring you to life. They're gone now. All of them." Harry stepped forward, shadows coiling around him like a cloak of night. "You're mortal again, Tom. You can die. Then kill me." Voldemort raised his wand, desperation cracking his composure. "Finish what you started. Show the world what the Shadow King really is. I'm not here to execute you." Harry's voice was calm. "I'm here to give you a choice." "A choice?" "Surrender. Face trial for your crimes. Accept whatever punishment the Wisengamot decrees." Harry met Voldemort's red eyes without flinching. "Or fight me, here and now, and discover what happens to mortal Dark Lords who challenge an integrated Shadow Sovereign." Voldemort stared at him for a long moment. Behind his eyes, calculations ran, the odds of victory, the chances of escape, the possibilities that might still remain. He chose to fight. The duel was brief and brutal. Voldemort was a genius of dark magic, a warrior who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades. But he was fighting with desperation born of mortality, while Harry fought with the certainty of someone who had already accepted both light and shadow within himself. Their spells clashed in the manor's great hall, dark magic against integrated power, hatred against determination. Voldemort threw everything he had at Harry, curses that should have killed instantly, magic that had destroyed countless enemies. Harry absorbed them. Transformed them. Turned the Dark Lord's own power against him. How? Voldemort gasped as his latest attack dissolved into nothing. "How are you doing this?" "Because I'm not fighting against you. I'm not fighting against anything." Harry advanced steadily, shadows and light swirling around him in perfect harmony. "I've spent my whole life learning to balance the darkness within me with the humanity around me. You never understood that balance, you only understood power. And power alone isn't enough." He struck. Not with shadow, not with light, with both, merged into something that shouldn't exist. The spell hit Voldemort like a physical force, shattering his shields, breaking through every defense. The Dark Lord crumpled. He lay on the floor of the Great Hall, broken, defeated, mortal for the first time in half a century. His wand had rolled from his fingers. His red eyes stared at nothing. "Finish it," he whispered. "Kill me. It's what you want. It's what you would want, in my position." Harry looked down at his fallen enemy, feeling something unexpected, pity. "But I'm not you. And I never will be." He turned and walked away, leaving Voldemort alive but defeated. Behind him, Aurors Operat into the manor. Bones had been waiting for Harry's signal. They would take the Dark Lord into custody, ensure he stood trial, see that justice was finally served. Harry's war was over. The summer after Voldemort's defeat was quiet. The wizarding world celebrated, though Harry avoided most of the festivities. He had no desire for more fame, more attention, more people looking to him as a symbol or savior. What he wanted was simpler: time with his friends, time with Sirius, time to figure out what came next. The answer came gradually, through conversations and reflection and long nights staring at the stars. "I'm going to accept the Wizengamot seat properly," he told Daphne one evening. They stood on the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, their favorite spot for important discussions. Not as a political player, but as a voice for balance. Light wizards, dark wizards, magical creatures, beings like the Dementors who've been treated as tools instead of people, they all need someone willing to advocate for something other than the same old divisions. That's ambitious. It's necessary. The war with Voldemort happened because the wizarding world was broken, too many injustices, too many grievances, too many people looking for someone to follow who promised change. Harry looked out over the grounds, feeling the shadows of the castle reaching toward him in welcome. "I don't want to be that kind of leader. But I can try to fix some of what's broken." "You'll make enemies." "I already have enemies. The Luminari are still out there, even if they're divided. Voldemort's surviving followers will want revenge. And there are plenty of people who fear what I am, regardless of what I do." Harry shrugged. "At least this way, I'll be making enemies for something that matters." Daphne studied him for a long moment, then smiled. "You know what? I think you might actually pull this off. I'm glad someone believes in me. Always." She stepped closer, taking his hand. "Just promise me one thing. Anything. Don't forget what makes you human. The power, the politics, the responsibility, it's easy to get lost in all of that. Don't forget why you started fighting in the first place." Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about the shadows that had been his only friends for so many years. He thought about Daphne, and Neville, and Luna, and all the others who had chosen to stand beside him when they could have walked away. "I won't," he promised. "I have too many people counting on me to remember." The coronation was a small affair, held in the shadow vaults with only Harry's closest friends in attendance. It wasn't really a coronation. The throne of night still waited, still calling, still promising absolute power if Harry would just reach out and take it. But Harry had decided to acknowledge his role formally, to accept the title of Shadow King without claiming the full transformation that title traditionally required. "I am the Shadow King," he said, the words echoing through the ancient vault. "But I am also Harry Potter, human, wizard, friend. I accept the responsibility of leadership without surrendering my humanity. I claim the power of darkness without abandoning the light." The shadows pressed close, listening, waiting. "I will rule with balance," Harry continued. "Light and dark, human and sovereign, connected to the primordial but not consumed by it. This is my choice. This is my path." "Unprecedented," the shadows whispered. "Never before has a sovereign chosen limitation. But perhaps that is what makes you different. Perhaps it is." Harry turned to face his gathered court, Daphne, who had been beside him from the beginning, Neville, who had found his courage in Harry's friendship, Luna, who saw truths others couldn't imagine, Blaise and Tracy and Susan, who had chosen loyalty over safety. And Sirius, standing at the back, tears streaming down his face, watching his godson become something wonderful. "Thank you all," Harry said simply. "For believing in me. For helping me become someone worth believing in." "Oh, shut up and let us hug you," Daphne said, and then they were all pressing close, a tangle of arms and laughter and the warmth of genuine love. In the darkness of the Shadow Vaults, surrounded by friends, Harry Potter, the Shadow King, finally felt at home. Epilogue: The night was peaceful at Hogwarts. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, Daphne beside him, watching the stars appear one by one. Below, students hurried through the corridors, unaware that the Shadow King walked among them. Behind, the castle's ancient darkness reached toward him in welcome, recognizing its sovereign. "Scared?" Daphne asked softly. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "The Luminari are still out there. Voldemort's trial is just beginning. The Ministry still doesn't know what to do with me. And the Primordial." He shook his head. "It's patient, but it's still waiting. Still hoping I'll claim the full throne someday." "And will you?" "I don't know. Maybe someday I'll have to, if the threat is great enough, if there's no other way." Harry turned to face her. "But not today. Today, I'm still learning. Still growing. Still trying to figure out what balance really means." "That sounds like a lifetime's work." "Probably. Good thing I've got help." He smiled, and in the darkness, the expression transformed his face, made him look young and hopeful and utterly human, despite the shadows that wrapped around him like a second skin. "Always," Daphne said, and kissed him. Behind them, the first rays of dawn began to lighten the horizon. The Shadow King stood at the boundary between night and day, between darkness and light, between what he was and what he might become. And for the first time in his life, he felt at peace with all of it. "You know," Harry said, watching the sun rise, "I was raised in darkness. I've learned to love the shadows, to wield them, to be one with them. But I've learned something important too." "What's that?" "Darkness isn't the absence of light. It's where light goes to rest." He smiled as the golden rays touched his face, warm and gentle. "And when morning comes, even the King of Night can appreciate the sun." Chapter 6. And in the Shadow Realm, where Aldrich Solarius had been left to contemplate eternity, a crack appeared in the darkness. Light poured through, but not natural light. Something older. Something that remembered when the Luminari were young, when the first Shadow Sovereign walked the earth, when the balance between light and dark was perfect and unbroken. The original Luminari. The Founder's founder. The light that had existed before Seraphina, before the Order, before the long war against darkness began. It was stirring. And it wanted to meet the boy who had achieved what no one else ever had. The boy who had found balance. The boy who might finally end the eternal war, or begin the final chapter. But that is a story for another time.